will lead us in our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Canton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix, dans l'histoire et toute l'épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
They're here.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House once again and speak on the occasion of Nowruz. On Thursday, March 19 at 11:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Persians, Kurdish, Turkish, Azeri, Baloch, Afghans, and Pakistanis in my community of Richmond Hill and the Greater Toronto Area will ring in the new year with festivities, dinner, and charity drives. We face an uncertain time in Canada and in GTA as the cases of COVID-19 are on the rise. However, I want to acknowledge the ongoing hard work of all levels of government and our healthcare providers in helping to maintain public safety. I thank all event organizers that put the safety of our community first and postponed, rescheduled, or reformatted their celebration. To the 300 million people celebrating Nowruz in Canada and across the world, آرزو دارم نوروزی که در پیش رو دارید آغاز روزهایی باشد که آرزو دارید. هر روزتان نوروز، نوروزتان پیروز. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend, a great Saskatchewan tradition continued. For 44 years, Telemiracle has been rallying support from the great people of our province around those who need it most. Telemiracle supports the Kinsman Foundation, who offers additional medical assistance, equipment, travel accommodations, and so much more to people with cognitive or mobility challenges. Their annual telethon is circled on every calendar in the province and boasts a loyal following of supporters and donors who tune in year after year to enjoy excellent local entertainment and support a great cause. Telemiracle embodies the Canadian spirit of giving, and their long-standing contribution to increasing the quality of life for all Saskatchewanians deserves to be celebrated. I would therefore like to offer my humble thanks on behalf of the good people of Regina Louvain to this year's Telemiracle team, who raised over $5.5 million. These funds will go to Saskatchewan individuals and families when they need it the most. And once again, Saskatchewan, thank you all for answering the call to ring those phones.
Here, 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 here.
Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, on February 29th, I had the opportunity to participate in the first annual Model United Nations at Toronto Secondary School. Model UN provides youth platform that magnifies leadership and teamwork. This event allowed delegates to nurture their skills in an active, comfortable, and positive environment. Inspired by Social Studies Department Head, Miss Lindsay Hutchison, these secondary school students will be the voice to change the world, which will make Surrey Newton and all of Canada a better place. I urge all members to join me in thanking the Toronto School students, led delegates, sponsors, and staff for all their hard work in organizing a successful Model United Nations.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you about a volunteer in my riding who's always been devoted for her entire life and who has always worked in the shadows and with dignity. I'm talking about Ms. Léon Forget, who participated in ensuring service continuity to the most disadvantaged people in the city of Saint-Sauveur. She also put the first shovel in the ground for the Saint-Sauveur Community Garden, which helps to feed people in need. This raised the profile of the Garde-Manger des Pays d'en Haut, or Upper Countries Cupboard, but also raised her own profile. A volunteer for 17 years for La Guignolée, she's also taking care of the most vulnerable on Saint-Denis Street, as well as having brought valuable help to Soup et Compagnie, or Soup and Company. Currently, she's fighting for her life. Ms. Forget, on behalf of all citizens, for Laurentide Labelle, whom I represent, we say thank you, and we wish you great courage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, March is National Engineering Month, and as a fellow engineer, I want to recognize the valuable work engineers do. Engineers solve problems, identify opportunities, and create jobs. They're successfully involved in all aspects of our society. Engineers are building the infrastructure of our country, they're enhancing cybersecurity, they're finding new methods to reduce pollution, they're inventing clean and advanced technology, and they're designing new modes of transportation. As we transition into the new economy, engineers have a unique perspective that policymakers can benefit from. On the occasion of International Women's Day, it's important also to note that Engineers Canada and engineering schools are working on recruiting more women, more Indigenous, and more LGBTQ engineers. To all those considering joining the profession, I say, there's a place for you in engineering. On behalf of our government, I want to thank engineers for their valuable contribution to our society.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Global Institute for Water Security at the University of Saskatchewan brought together 24 water scientists from 13 institutions across Canada to meet with parliamentarians to talk about water science. They were here to share information with decision makers about scientific contributions to water security, new technology to monitor water and climate, solutions to water contamination, and equitable access to water. As a member of the Standing Committee on the Environment, as well as the Member of Parliament for Saskatoon West, I was able to pass a motion to have the Institute appear before our committee. As members, we learned of the Institute's mandate in researching ways to protect the freshwater resources for sustainable food production, to mitigate the risk of water-related disasters such as floods, droughts, and fires, to predict and forecast extreme global change, and to bring solutions to Indigenous communities that face water insecurity. I want to thank Dr. Jay Familietti and his team for doing such a great job.
Member for l'Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. For the International Day of Women, yes, I mean women, plural, I wish to highlight what a few women in Sherbrooke have done since the 1970s to give other women tools to try and change the framework of patriarchal society. Laurette de Montigny, who set up the first shelter for women victims of violence in 1975. Madeleine Lacombe, who set up the first sexual assault crisis center in 1978. Marie Graton, who defended women's rights in the church. Suzanne Blache, who set up the first Women's Job Bank in 1982, Lise Rouet-Paquette, who set up Women in Eastern Townships Municipal Politics in 1990, and Nicole Dorin, who contributed to the Pépin Foundation in 1993. Thank you to all of these women who are working to ensure that women can take their rightful place.
For Brampton South.
Speaker, last weekend, honoring International Women's Day, I attended many events and met with so many community leaders like Marjorie Taylor, Ruby Tillen, Parveen Rashid, Mina Adams, Angela Johnson, Mary and Christina Romano, Irene Chu, and all the young girls like Avneet, Jaspreet in my riding, and many amazing Bramptonians also. I also would like to recognize the organizations such as Cancer Warrior, Brampton Professional Women, Pink Attitude, SOJ, and so many others who empower women. Because of you, our community is stronger. International Women's Day is an opportunity for all of us to celebrate the progress progress we have made and to renew our collective effort to knock down barriers facing women's advancement. I want to recognize my wonderful female colleagues in Brampton Caucus, in Cabinet, and across the aisle. These women, regardless of their political stripes, make a difference in our communities across Canada and around the world. Thank you to my family, my twin daughters, Arshia and Amrit. And of course, my mother, because of you, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. March 20th, the Francophonie will be celebrating its 50th anniversary. People who know me know that I'm a fervent advocate of French language, culture, and history. Proud Canadian, Francophone, Quebecer, and conservative. I rise in the House today to highlight this most important event. The previous incarnation of the International Organization for the Francophonie was launched on March 20th, 1970, and it was called the Technical and Cultural Cooperation Agency. Canada is one of its 21 founding members. Based on sharing a common language, the organization promotes Francophone cultures. I'll remind you that it's the Conservative Party of Canada that committed to ensuring that federal funds granted to provinces for Francophone communities are to be spent for those purposes. Another reason to be a proud representative of the Conservative Party of Canada. Let's continue to protect, develop, and promote our French language. Francophones and Francophile friends, I invite you to proudly celebrate the institution that is the International Organization of the Francophonie. Happy 50th anniversary.
For Windsor-Tecumseh. I rise today in the House with a heavy heart to pay tribute to the life and public service of a great Windsorite, Mr. Tom Wilson, who passed away this week. Tom was a retired teacher who taught history and geography before entering municipal politics in 1985. He faithfully served the residents of Windsor for 21 years as the city councillor for Ward 5. For many of us in the East End, he was known simply as the mayor of Forest Glade, where he supported youth athletics and organizations. He helped establish Forest Glade Optimist Park, and he also chaired the Conservation Authority and was an early champion of environmental sustainability. Tom and I ran against each other in a municipal election. He quickly became a mentor, supporter, and friend, and many times he would pick up the phone to provide insight and encouragement. More than anything, he wanted to see young people succeed. All of us in Windsor are better for knowing Tom Wilson. Rest well, Tom. Rest well, Mayor of Forest Glade.
The Honourable Member for Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia, Hillingly.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 4 years, this government has blown through their promise of a balanced budget. They told Canadians the budget would balance itself, while they threw a huge party using billions of dollars of their money. Mr. Speaker, the party is over. The money is drying up. This government's high taxes, wasteful spending, and massive deficits have put Canada in an incredibly weak position. But now we are up against a global pandemic, markets tanking, Canadian energy unable to get to market, thousands of jobs disappearing, economic growth screeching to a halt, millions of Canadians being less than $200 away from insolvency at the end of the month. The possibility of a made-in-Canada recession is becoming more and more real. The Prime Minister is missing in action. There's no captain at the helm of the ship. This Prime Minister has left Canada weak and vulnerable, while also leaving Canadians behind when they need strong leadership the most.
The member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute and express our sincerest condolences on the passing of Pete Snelson, a champion for freedom and liberty, as well as a regional director for the Canadian Shooting Sports Association. I had the honor of getting to know Pete through the CSSA, where I learned Pete was a veteran. He suffered with PTSD for over 30 years, yet he tirelessly fought for better treatment for our veterans, many of whom suffer from the mental anguish that all too often accompanies military service. In his honor, the CSSA has created 2 scholarships that will be handed out to winners of the Peter Snelson Memorial Essay Contest. This is a fitting tribute to a man who dedicated his intelligence, creativity, and energy to advancing causes of liberty and freedom. I want to extend our sincerest condolences to his mother, Mariette, his sister, Catherine, and to members of the CSSA and all of his friends and family. Pete, you will be dearly missed. Rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Today, the world Health Organization declared the COVID-19 outbreak a pandemic. Mr. Speaker, this pandemic does not affect everyone equally. The most vulnerable people will be ultimately hit the hardest. People without sick leave can't afford to stay home from work. They lose their pay and maybe their jobs. A disproportionately high number of these people are women and come from marginalized groups. And many of them work in the service industry, in food service. They are caregivers and frontline workers. It's in everyone's best interest that they stay home if they are sick, but they are also among the half of all Canadians who are $200 away from insolvency. A day's less pay could mean missing that month's rent or the ability to put food on the table. Other countries are finding ways to help and take care of their people. But 45 days into this outbreak, the Liberals are still, quote, exploring additional measures. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to spend less time talking about helping people and actually start helping people.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to a citizen of my riding, Simon Thibault, who is living with epilepsy. 30 years ago, Simon Thibault experienced his first seizure. At 43 years old, he wasn't going to let epilepsy stop him at all. In partnership with Epilepsy Montérégie, he launched and will participate in Défi Simon, or Simon's Challenge, a ride for epilepsy. He will ride 1,200 kilometers, and supported by his wife Valérie and his daughter Liliane, he will visit associations that offer services to people with epilepsy in Quebec, Chicoutimi, Passepierre, and of course, Granby. This is an admirable way of sending a message of hope to all those who are living with epilepsy. And on top of all that, Simon wants to show those who are living with epilepsy that this illness must never prevent them from breaking down barriers and prejudices. Good luck, Simon.
Member for Calgary, Shefford.
Rare Disease Day came and went on February 29th, the rarest day of all. This year's theme, Rare is many worldwide, Rare is strong every day, Rare is proud everywhere. Millions of Canadians, 2/3 of them children, are affected by one of over 7,000 rare diseases. Only 1 in 3 of these Canadians can access needed treatments. The hardest experience as a father is to care for a loved one with an incurable condition. My 3 oldest kids suffer from the rare kidney disorder called Alport syndrome, which is incurable, genetic, and degenerative. My youngest daughter passed away 2 years ago now from Patau syndrome, and no day goes by without me thinking of her. I joined patients across the country to call on the federal government to abandon the changes to the PNPRB, go back to patient stakeholders and work out a solution that makes access to treatments the first and most important value, instead of price controls that block access to medication. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to join me to celebrate Rare Disease Day.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada is looking for Canadians to put on a new $5 bill. There is no shortage of great Canadians to be recognized in this way, but in this bright firmament, no light shines brighter than Terry Fox.
Oh, here, here.
Terry Fox is a Port Coquitlam hometown hero and a national symbol of resilience. Terry est un héros de chez nous and un héros national.
He was a great national hero.
Into the Atlantic in St. John's and began his marathon of hope. He continues to inspire Canadians. Through his own battle and the fight that carries on in his name, countless lives have been saved. Many cancers, including the one that took Terry's own life, are now treatable thanks to his legacy, thanks to the way he chose to face this vicious illness. But the work is not done. Canada still needs Terry Fox. Nous avons encore besoin de Terry Fox.
We still need Terry Fox.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to blame everyone else for his failures. And I have no doubt that in the days ahead, he's going to blame things like the coronavirus and the stock market crash for Canada's weak economic performance. But the reality is, long before those things happened, Canada's economy was already headed for trouble. Last quarter's results were a feeble 0.3%. Now most economists are slashing their projections for future growth. The Prime Minister's strategy of choking our economy with red tape, raising taxes on small businesses, and wasting billions on things like fridges for Loblaws clearly isn't working. Will he change course?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As Canadians know, we have a very different approach on the economy from the Conservatives. We believe in investing in Canadians, investing in the middle class, investing in infrastructure, and that's exactly what we've done over these past 5 years. And what that actually has led to is not only have we seen Canadians create over 1 million jobs while having among the healthiest balance sheets in the G7, but we've also lifted over 1 million Canadians out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, our approach of investing in Canadians and in their communities is working, and we're going to continue.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that they're not investing in Canadians, they're investing in Loblaws. They're investing in MasterCard. They're giving out billion-dollar bonuses to Bombardier that can get passed on to executive bonuses. And they are right. They do make different choices, and the results speak for themselves. From 2010 to 2015, Canada's economy consistently outperformed the U.S. under the previous Conservative government. Now, under this Liberal government, Canadian growth is almost a full percentage point behind the U.S. So will the Prime Minister admit that his spending is getting Canada nowhere?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the very first thing we did when we took office was cut taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. The Conservatives voted against that. Then we brought in a Canada Child Benefit that stopped sending child benefit checks to millionaires that the Conservatives supported, and instead we gave more money every month to 9 out of 10 Canadian families tax-free. That measure has lifted hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty, over 1 million Canadians out of poverty, because we've kept investing in Canadians, in their communities, in the future we are building together, and on fighting climate change. That is the future Canadians expect.
Under the previous Conservative government, when times were good, we paid down the debt to give Canada the flexibility that it needed to respond to the global economic recession. As a result, under the Conservative government, Canada was last into the recession and the first one out. The Prime Minister's taken a completely different approach. While times were good, he wasted money by throwing it around to his corporate friends. As a result, investment in Canada is down. Investors are fleeing Canada for other countries. Instead of choking our economy with red tape and new taxes, will the Prime Minister unleash the free market by lowering taxes on job creators and eliminating wasteful red tape?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Conservative governments under Stephen Harper added $150 billion to Canada's national debt. We focused instead on investing in Canadians, and they may feel that investing in the Canada Child Benefit is wasting money. They may feel like lifting 1 million people out of poverty doesn't count for much, but we know it makes a real difference in the lives of Canadians, and that's why we're going to keep putting Canadians first, not the kind of petty politics that Conservatives do every single day.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Providing support directly to parents is a Conservative principle that this party fought against for years, Mr. Speaker. The results speak for themselves. While the Conservatives were in power, investors were fighting to get their money into Canada. Now we see major investors like Warren Buffett fleeing Canada because of the political instability that he has caused. Under his watch, business investment in equipment has dropped by 20%, and more than $150 billion has left our country's energy sector. Will the Prime Minister admit that giving handouts to Loblaws and MasterCard is not investing in Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, foreign direct investment has actually increased 19% last year because of the initiatives we've put forward. And the member opposite wants to talk about Berkshire Hathaway. He should probably look at the fact that Berkshire Hathaway just announced an investment of $200 million in a wind farm in Alberta. That is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. And we know that continuing to draw in global investment as we move our economy forward is absolutely important.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Only a a Liberal would think that losing $4 billion on one hand is somehow leaving us better off, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, nous savons...
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister is doing everything in his power to cover up his interference in the legal system. He even dismissed his former Attorney General to keep her quiet. But there was a time when the Bloc was against the Liberals, when Gilles Duceppe was the leader. The Bloc helped to expose Liberal corruption. What quid pro quo did the PM offer the Bloc to cover up its corruption? Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their Prime Minister to be there to defend jobs, and that's exactly what I've done, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. I respect our legal system, and I'm protecting jobs and workers across the country.
Before continuing, I just want to remind the honourable members, I have my bifocals on, so not only can I hear you, I can see at distance as well, so I can see who's shouting.
The honourable member for Burley-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that the Bloc did not want to give the Conservatives the chance to start screaming that all Quebecers are accomplices. The Prime Minister had finally adopted a plan to reflect what the World Health Association has recognized now, but the government has ignored the most pressing concerns. They're not equipped to face possible coronavirus cases. Can the Prime Minister announce a plan to manage the borders? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Since the beginning of this crisis with coronavirus, we informed and invested in our borders and in our officers to ensure that Canadians and travelers that arrive to Canada have measures that keep them safe. And we're going to always base our decisions on science and on the recommendations of experts. And that's what we've always done. The honourable member for Burley-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, it would have been nice if the government had acted upstream and had not having to play catch up to face this serious and worrisome situation. Can he ensure better control of the borders and hold daily press points to increase and also increase the purchasing powers of seniors over 65 years of age? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have and we're going to continue to invest through our health system to ensure that we can keep Canadians safe. We recognize that this is a crisis that will have an impact on our economy, on our workers, on Canadians, on seniors, and our economy. So that's why we're going to invest to help seniors, to support various sectors of the economy that are experiencing difficulties. And we always seek to help vulnerable Canadians in this situations and others, all others. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Sud. The plan proposed by the Liberals today does nothing for 60% of workers who don't have access to employment insurance. For these workers, it's an impossible decision they have to make between staying home or going to work. Is the PM ready to establish a new program to support all workers to stay at home? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We understand full well the concerns of Canadians who are facing difficulties both in terms of health and the safety of their families or in terms of their job and our economic security. And that is why we're putting forth measures to help workers and companies to be able to continue to support families and communities. And at the same time, we're always looking to do more to help those who will be experiencing difficulties. We recognize that there are sections of the populations that won't have access to employment insurance, and that's why we're working for them as well. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Minister seems to not understand is the vast majority of Canadians will not have access to his plan. 60% of Canadian workers have no access to employment insurance. Imagine a service worker who is stuck with the impossible decision. Do they go to work so they can pay their bills, or do they stay at home and prevent the spread of a disease, but risk not being able to pay the rent. Will the Prime Minister commit today to ensuring that all workers have paid sick leave?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, that's what I talked about this morning, the fact that our government will be there for all Canadians who are facing important decisions in keeping Canada safe, in keeping their fellow citizens safe, in keeping their families safe. We know that the decisions that Canadians can take and will take in the coming days and weeks will have an impact on delaying the spread of coronavirus in Canada and keeping Canadians safer. That's why we're going to make sure we're working hard to support Canadians right across the economy through EI, but also through other systems.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Yesterday, the Prime Minister scoffed when I asked a simple question. What did the PM offer the leader of the bloc to buy his vote to ensure that the Ethics Commissioner does not testify on the Trudeau II report on the Prime Minister's interference in our legal system? And the answer from the Deputy Prime Minister was, if you want to know, invite them to take a beer with you. If that's what it means to speak with the government on national issues, drinking beer together, this is irresponsible. What did he offer the leader of the bloc to get his vote? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that it's a surprise for the Conservatives, but there are people in this room, in this House, from various parties who agree on the well-being of Canadians and that don't play petty politics on the backs of workers. We're always going to be there to defend workers from across the country, and we'll always be there to respect our institutions and the people who work there. And that's what Canadians expect from us. But Conservatives are constantly playing petty politics. The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. The only job that the Bloc and the PM are trying to save is the Prime Minister's job. There is a report from the Ethics Commissioner wanted to testify on this report, but all we know is that there was an agreement and that this report shows that the PM interfered in our legal system. And what did he do to buy the Bloc's vote to avoid the Commissioner from testifying at the committee? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned by the coronavirus, and they're concerned by economic opportunities and the economy of the future. Canadians are concerned by what's going to happen in the next few weeks, but the Conservatives are only concerned by petty politics that they're trying to play. They want to open up old files, and we're focusing on the well-being of workers and of Canadians, and that is what Canadians expect from us, and that's what we're going to do always, Mr. Speaker.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, the quid pro quo between the Liberal Bloc coalition is disgusting. And when Conservatives tried to invite the Ethics Commissioner to testify on the Trudeau II report into the Prime Minister's corruption, a PMO enforcer spoke directly to the Bloc MP and bought her vote. Canadians deserve to know the full truth about the Prime Minister's interference in our judicial system. What did the Prime Minister give to the Bloc to help him muzzle the Ethics Commissioner?
Absolutely nothing.
Bravo.
The honourable member.
Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is hoping this goes away, but we know an RCMP investigation is ongoing, as we heard from the Lobbying Commissioner. The full breadth of the interference in our judicial system must come to light, and the Bloc helping the Prime Minister cover up his corruption makes them complicit in his crime. We know the leader of the Bloc met with the Prime Minister last week. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this is when he cut a deal to cover up his corruption?
I just want to remind the honourable members that accusing someone of a crime is rather extreme, and I want to warn them. Being in contempt of the speaker is not a good thing, so I wouldn't shout while I'm speaking. That's not a good thing. What I'm asking you is to be a little more judicious when you're asking your questions or giving your answers. So please be careful. We want to make sure that this place is respectful as possible.
It is the responsibility of the Prime Minister to stand up for Canadians while upholding the law, and that is exactly what we've done.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has the cheek to talk about petty politics, but the Commissioner's report is entitled Trudeau 2. The Ethics Commissioner's report underscores the PM's behavior in this scandal. He used his position of authority over the Minister of Justice in an attempt to influence her decision. We wanted the Commissioner to testify at the committee, but the Bloc was in cahoots with the Liberals to muzzle the Commissioner. What did the PM concede to the Separatists for this cover-up? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Nothing. The Honourable Minister, PM for Louis Saint Laurent. This is the Prime Minister's bold behaviour and that of the Bloc that prevented the Ethics Commissioner from testifying before Canadians with respect to the Trudeau 2 report. The Bloc was complicit with the PM's immoral behaviour, and we weren't able to hear from the Ethics Commissioner. The Bloc and the Liberals prevented him from testifying. So what is the PM going to do in this situation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It is the responsibility of the Prime Minister to defend jobs across the country while upholding the law, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives don't, the Bloc is ready. If they don't want to be the official opposition. We're ready to make gains for Quebec, and the Conservatives are making gains for Conservatives. And the Bloc Québécois has someone to negotiate, but they want to know if the Prime Minister is going to protect access to border and if seniors will have strengthened purchasing power. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We're going to continue to follow expert advice and listen to health authorities to ensure that everyone who comes to Canada is informed about how they can protect themselves and is properly followed up. And we're going to continue to invest in our seniors like we did when we took power in 2015 by increasing the GIS for the most vulnerable seniors, and we're always going to help our seniors. That's part of our approach to help all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. The government's underfunding of health is not the only issue in this fight against the coronavirus. It's an ongoing issue that affects the quality of care. It's a permanent issue that hampers the work of our doctors and nurses. Our hospitals are already overflowing, and when the coronavirus crisis will be solved, they'll still be overcrowded. Can the government kill two birds with one stone and resolve this ongoing issue by increasing the transfers to 5.2%, like Quebec and other provinces are demanding? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the coronavirus, we recognize how important it is for the provincial authorities have the necessary resources to keep Canadians healthy and safe. And that is why we made an announcement today to transfer $500,000 to the provinces to help them tackle the virus. At the same time, we're always going to be ready to work with the provinces to improve the health system for Canadians while, of course, respecting provincial jurisdiction. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this has been an interesting question period. He said there were negotiations with the PM, and What did these lead to? They led to the fact that the ethics commissioner wasn't able to testify before Canadians. The Bloc was an accomplice in muzzling the commissioner. There was an RCMP investigation that's ongoing on these criminal actions. What did he give the Bloc to muzzle the ethics commissioner, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, nothing.
Edmonton Riverbend.
China, Iran, Italy, and South Korea have all been designated high-risk areas, and the WHO is now declaring COVID-19 a pandemic. While screening measures when entering Canada or traveling within Canada still have not been updated, the WHO is asking countries to take urgent and aggressive measures. The government has the ability under the Quarantine Act to require all individuals who have visited high-risk areas to be placed in quarantine. When will they use it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we have followed the advice of experts and public health officials on how to best protect Canadians. On this side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, we believe in science. We unmuzzled scientists. We listen to experts in how to make our decisions to keep Canadians safe. And so far, Mr. Speaker, that has borne out. We are continuing to monitor very closely how the coronavirus evolves in Canada, encouraging Canadians to take steps to keep themselves safe, and we will continue to inform Canadians at all border areas of how to keep themselves safe and how to keep all Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg. It's been reported that travellers who arrive to our airports are asked additional questions to determine their point of origin and to better detect people who may be carrying the coronavirus. We've been informed that these questions haven't been updated for quite some time. The virus is spreading across different countries, Italy, Iran, and even the state of New York. Can the Prime Minister confirm that our automatic systems have been updated to include these countries? As always, the health and safety of Canadians is a priority for us. We are following all the public health recommendations based on science and knowledge. We've increased inspection and we've added processes for detecting the virus at all our airports and points of entry. We're going to continue to watch the situation very carefully and make the necessary changes as needed. The member for Charlesbourg. Inaudible for the interpreter. When a plane lands in Canada, we know where travelers are coming from when they cross the borders legally as well, but we know that people who cross the border illegally, such as at Roxham Road, as they do every day, we don't know where they come from or where they're going, and that's with the reality of the coronavirus. Can the Prime Minister at least tell us if the necessary precautions are being taken? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, for quite some time now, we've been telling the opposition members that, yes, the security of Canadians has never been compromised at the border or even between these border crossings. We ensure the identity and safety of all travelers who come to Canada, whether they're irregular or regular travelers.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Minister of Indigenous Services when his government would stop breaking the law and honour the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling to immediately stop discriminating against First Nations children. This was followed by 10 seconds of silence and then story time. The same silence was heard about a plan for COVID-19 on reserve. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister follow the rule of law, honour the tribunal ruling, and stop discriminating against First Nations children?
Honourable Prime Minister.
We strongly agree. We must compensate Indigenous children harmed by past government policies. It must be done in a way that is both fair and timely to further healing. We've worked closely with the parties and found consensus on a number of key areas. We've demonstrated our commitment to addressing long-standing child and family service needs of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children. We will continue working with our partners to ensure Indigenous children are supported and cared for in the right way with connection to community and culture.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Really?
You know, this past week, a little child from Attawapiskat had to be flown to Kingston because of the damage that tap water is doing to her body. And a little boy in Saskatchewan suffered horrific burns. And the only thing the medical clinic could do was to send him home, because that's the face of third world health in the north. So when the Prime Minister doesn't even bother to give a permanent seat to his Indigenous Service Minister at his COVID-19 table, you know what Indigenous people know? They know they're going to get a third world response. Does this Prime Minister have any clue what COVID-19 is going to do when it hits the overcrowded reserves in northern Canada?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government is responsible for delivering health care to Indigenous communities and to the Canadian Armed Forces. I can assure you that all necessary authorities are involved in all discussions about how to ensure that we're keeping Canadians safe, including Indigenous Canadians who, as the member well pointed out, are in much more vulnerable situations quite often. That is why we are focusing very much on what we can do to make sure that coronavirus and its potential impacts do not devastate Indigenous communities.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015, our government has been making responsible investments in Canadians, including lowering taxes, supporting families, and giving everyone a fair chance to succeed.
Because of these investments, Canada and Canadians are in a strong position to respond to emerging challenges. Will the Minister of Finance please update this House on when the government will present Budget 2020?
Well, Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, we have made significant investments over the past 4 years to improve the lives of all Canadians. It's very important for our economy. At the same time, we have improved our fiscal situation.
Position is so important for our ability to deal with challenges, real challenges that Canadians recognizing that we're facing in the economy today. And that's why I'm so pleased to address those challenges to bring forward Budget 2020. I'm pleased to announce that on March 30th at 4 p.m. we will be presenting Budget 2020. And Mr. Speaker, I ask that an order of the day be designated for that purpose.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Portage-Liskeard.
Mr. Speaker, this past week in my riding, I got to meet little Owen. Owen is 4 months old, and his mom and dad brought him to an event that I hosted. While I was holding this beautiful baby boy and noticing how strong and alert he was, his mom and dad told me that Owen has cystic fibrosis, and they wanted help from me to get the medication that he needs to live the life that he deserves. Can the Prime Minister tell families like Owen's family and others when they can expect to have access to the life-saving drug Trikafta? Thank you.
Prime Minister.
We recognize the impossible situations that far too many families are in with children who suffer either from rare diseases or diseases that require extremely expensive medication. That is one of the reasons why we put forward a rare diseases, a high-cost drug strategy to help provinces across the country deliver the drug care that is actually needed. We've also moving forward on creating better access to more affordable drugs for families that need them right across the country. It's part of our commitment to make sure that nobody ever has to pick between paying for rent or paying for the medication that they need.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, we'll try this again. Ethan, Janelle, and Tyler are just a few of my constituents who suffer from cystic fibrosis. Ethan isn't even 2, and Janelle and Tyler are both young entrepreneurs. They need a new medication to help them reach their full potential. That medication is Trikafta, and it's not available here in Canada because of the regulations that are deterring the drug maker from making them available here. What will the Prime Minister commit to today to make sure that Ethan, Tyler, and Janelle have access to this life-saving medication here in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
First of all, our heart goes out to families who are struggling, with family members who are faced with illness. It is truly heartbreaking. We know the importance of patient access to new therapies for serious or life-threatening conditions. To date, the manufacturer of Trikafta has not submitted an application to market this product in Canada. It is the manufacturer's decision to apply to market their product in Canada. For serious or life-threatening conditions such as cystic fibrosis, physicians may request fast access to the drug through the Special Access Program. To help Canadians get better access to effective treatments, we're working with provinces, territories, and other partners to develop a national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases.
Member for Alderman Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, earlier today, my colleagues and I sent a letter urging the Prime Minister to work with us to address flooding along the Great Lakes. Many people in Haldimand, Norfolk have businesses and their homes right along the shoreline. And that shoreline has already seen record high water levels. Mr. Speaker, these people aren't just worried about potential damages, but also for their safety. Will the Prime Minister set partisan politics aside and work with us to address this very serious issue?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the safety and security of Canadians is, of course, always a primary concern for this government. We will work to ensure the safety of Canadians along the Great Lakes and elsewhere. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we recognize that the prevalence of extreme weather events and flooding is only going to increase with climate change. That is why making serious measures to fight against climate change, like a price on pollution right across the country, are the kinds of things that Canadians expect and that Conservatives have closed their ears and hearts to Canadians on.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, for a Prime Minister that wants to work across the aisle and work together, that answer is not acceptable. This is very, very simple. It seems like the Prime Minister is more interested in attacking the opposition than protecting homes, livelihoods, and safety of thousands of Canadians living along the shores of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River. Can the Prime Minister let those Canadians know what detailed action he's taking this year from a potentially devastating spring thaw? And will he commit to working with us? It's very simple, on a bipartisan committee to help these people out.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Water levels in the Great Lakes, the International Joint Council, a joint panel between Canada and the United States, manages these levels. We're working with the U.S. and the IJC, who's actively examining measures to address these issues. The IJC will be providing a briefing to members in the coming weeks. I invite the member opposite to join. But again, Mr. Speaker, fighting climate change will be an important part of keeping these Canadians safe, and I invite the members to join with us on that as well.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, we were pleased to learn that the government will invest $1 billion in dealing with the coronavirus. But there is nothing in this plan that is reassuring about security. Border officers are being left to themselves with this in airports, and they have warned that Health Canada's 2 or 3 extra people are not enough. Even travellers are concerned that they've been able to come back to Canada without being asked a single question. Will the government tighten up security measures? Prevention is better, especially when there is no cure. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government has been making decisions to keep Canadians safe, and these decisions are based on expert recommendations. They are science-based decisions. Travellers coming back to Canada have to meet with border officers, and they have to tell them whether they are sick or whether or not they have been exposed to an illness. We will continue to inform travellers arriving in Canada about measures that must be taken to protect them, and we will take all necessary steps to keep Canadians safe. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, while corona screening measures in airports may be insufficient, they're entirely absent from land borders. No protocols for people arriving by train, bus, or car. COVID-19 isn't just in 3 countries overseas, Mr. Speakers. It's in our neighbouring country. Just the other side of the border in the state of New York, there are almost 200 cases. At the border, no masks, no thermometers, no information. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. Will the government implement a protocol so that border officers can protect themselves and the public? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we make decisions based on recommendations from public health experts, based on experts in epidemic preventions. We will take all necessary responsible steps to protect Canadians and travellers as well as workers in our border crossings. We do have screening and detection measures. They have been added in all international airports. at land borders and at points of entry, and we will continue to do everything in our power to protect Canadians and to delay the spread of coronavirus.
The
Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Énergie Saguenay will produce LNG with 84% less greenhouse gas emissions than its competitors all over the world, thanks to hydroelectricity. Investors are no longer interested in investing in Canada, which is jeopardizing billions of dollars in investment and thousands of jobs. How will the Prime Minister tell the people of Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord and all over Canada that they're losing big projects because of the uncertainty that he created and his lack of leadership? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this project is in an assessment process. It's the very beginning of the process. We're working with the resources sector to create good jobs and attract investment. More than 400 big resources projects are happening in Canada, 400 more than last year, and that's the most in Canada. Direct foreign investment has increased by 19%. Investors throughout the world are looking for sustainable projects, and we are positioning Canada so that we will all benefit from this.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, we now know the date that the government will present yet another deficit budget. Yet, $100 billion in new debt has so far only bought us an economy that is grinding to a halt, down to 0.3% before the corona crisis even struck. Before that crisis, half of Canadians were $200 away from insolvency, and $150 billion of projects had been canceled. Given that the past $100 billion has bought so little, how much can Canadians expect to get from this next Liberal deficit budget?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Only a Conservative would think that 1 million people lifted out of poverty in this country is so little. Only a Conservative would think that 1 million new jobs created by Canadians over the past 4 years is so little. Our plan is to invest in Canadians, to support families, to lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%, has delivered for the Canadian economy, and that is why we have room to maneuver. We have firepower ready to go on this coronavirus challenge we're facing. We know that investing in Canadians is the right path forward. Conservatives still don't get it.
We had started off really well and got a bumpy, and now we're starting up again. So I just want to remind the honourable members that if someone's asking a question or answering a question, please show some respect. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, for the 200,000 people who've lost their jobs in the energy sector, this government has done nothing but give the power for them to be fired, rather than the firepower he now talks about. In fact, there's no firepower left. They've already racked up a $30 billion deficit before the corona crisis even struck. We go into this storm with a leaky roof, a cracked foundation, and empty cupboards awaiting Canadians. So what is this government going to do to get us out of the mess in which we find ourselves in this treacherous time?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we hear the Conservatives choosing to talk down the Canadian economy, to talk down Canadian workers. I actually suggested the member opposite listen to someone he regularly quotes, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who laid out very clearly the fact that we have significant fiscal capacity to be able to respond to the challenges that we're facing because of the global challenge of the coronavirus. We will continue to respond and to invest in Canadians, because that is what has lifted 1 million people out of poverty. That's what has led Canadians to create 1 million new jobs.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, Canada's strength lies in its strong, diverse and inclusive communities. Since we took office in 2015, local community LGBTQ2 organizations have seen increased support on the part of this government. Canadians may be surprised to learn that so-called conversion therapy still exists in this country. 3 provinces and several municipalities have already taken steps to ban this dubious and dangerous practice. Can the Prime Minister tell us what the Government of Canada is doing in this matter? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for her important question as well as for her tireless work in the riding of Orléans. Our government believes that Canadians should be able to live their lives freely. And that is why we have brought forward a substantive and progressive bill that will criminalize this harmful and destructive practice of conversion therapy. We will continue to work with provinces, territories, and our allies to continue building a country where each and every Canadian can live free of discrimination and truly be themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across the GTA, there are shootings almost daily. We know from the Toronto Police Chief the weapons of choice for criminals are smuggled guns. Mr. Speaker, when caught, these dangerous criminals are getting bail. When convicted, they get a slap on the wrist. Will the Prime Minister commit today to support my bill, which will keep criminals behind bars who knowingly use smuggled guns?
Prime Minister.
Speaker, we are significantly strengthening border control measures to interdict the supply of illegal guns from the United States, but we know that won't be enough. That is why we've made the decision to strengthen gun control by banning assault-style weapons, by moving forward on giving cities the opportunity to restrict handguns within their city limits. And I encourage the member opposite, if he cares about Canadians who are suffering from the impacts of gun violence, to support our decision to strengthen gun control rather than Conservatives' approach to weaken gun control and make Canadians less safe.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Public Safety refuses to stop his plan to give needles to prison inmates. This is Liberal hypocrisy at its finest. The government is quick to punish law-abiding gun owners, while at the same time literally give convicted felons a weapon while they are in prison. Will the Prime Minister commit today to listen to those on the front lines of Canada's correctional institutions and immediately stop the prison needle exchange program?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our priority is always the safety and security of all Canadians. The prevention and treatment of infectious diseases protects everyone, including correctional service officers. Correctional Services conducts thorough threat risk assessments before inmates are approved to participate in this program, and the appropriate safeguards are always in place. Since the introduction of this program, there have been no safety incidents involving staff or other inmates. This is yet another example of Conservatives' approach that doesn't work to keep Canadians safe, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, this government just loves to waste Canadians' money. We've recently learned the CRA paid over $73,000 to ask a focus group if they would like to change the color of their envelopes. Envelope color, what a joke. What a joke. Does the Prime Minister really think that spending double Canadian median income on this is really an effective way to spend Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we took office, we promised to invest in Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing. We also promised to stop the using of public money for partisan purposes that the Conservatives under Stephen Harper did as a routine approach. The wastes brought forward by the Conservative government were entirely inappropriate. That was why we chose to do things like restore the long-form census to make sure that the decisions that Canadian governments can take is based on needs of communities. We will continue to engage with Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, Canadians rely on cell phones for their work, school, finances, and healthcare, making access to high-quality and affordable service absolutely essential. But cell phones and wireless bills are still putting too much strain on too many Canadian households. Can the Prime Minister please update Canadians on the latest steps this Liberal government has taken to reduce cell phone prices?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Scarborough Centre for her continued advocacy on affordability for the middle class and her incredibly hard work. Last election, we made a clear commitment to Canadians that we would lower their cell phone bills. Last week, we announced a clear plan to ensure that the 3 national cell phone providers offer plans 25% cheaper. This is one of the many ways we are making life more affordable for the Canada's middle class and those working hard to join it.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
More than 15 months ago, I asked the Prime Minister to act on rising HIV infection rates in Canada. Yet the number of new cases here has continued to climb, while countries where HIV testing and treatment are more accessible have seen reductions by over 30%. China is already putting self-test kits in vending machines on university campuses. So, as we hope to see approval of Canadian self-test kits soon, can the Prime Minister tell us how his government plans to make sure that those kits will actually be accessible to young gay men, racialized and marginalized Canadians, and Indigenous communities?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the honourable member for his tireless advocacy on behalf of all Canadians, and particularly marginalized Canadians. We recognize that HIV/AIDS continues to be a problem in communities right across the country. That is why we're working with public health officials and experts across the country to ensure that we're giving people the tools to keep themselves and their communities safe. We will continue to work with all members in this House to ensure that we're doing the right things to keep Canadians safe.
Et c'est tout pour aujourd'hui. That's all questions for today. Thank you. Tabling of documents. Pursuant to subsection 79(2) of the Parliament of Canada Act, it's my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Surtaxes on Steel, Aluminum and Other Goods Issues for Parliamentarians. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Myself.
If I can have your attention, please. There we go. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8, bracket A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the first report of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations. Pursuant to a motion adopted on Monday, March 9th.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells. You're next.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled West Coast Fisheries, Sharing Risks and Benefits. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 1073, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2019 to September the 11th, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni. Mr. John, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Cycling Strategy. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker. For years, New Democrats have been calling for a national cycling strategy to combat climate change and support community planning. Today, I'm honored to reintroduce a bill to create a national cycling strategy for Canada. Canadians want to do their part for the environment and keep active too. I first called for a national cycling strategy 4 years ago, and this Liberal government has still failed to get it done. I'm reintroducing this bill to help keep cyclists safe, to keep our communities healthy, and to take real action to help municipalities address the threat of climate change. Many other OECD countries have already adopted cycling strategies and have seen significant increases in cycling as a result. Cycling advocates have long called for a national cycling strategy where the federal government would work with Indigenous communities, provinces, and municipalities to increase commuter, recreational, and tourism cycling across Canada. A national cycling strategy is strongly supported by communities across Canada, including Victoria, Toronto, and Ottawa, communities like Cumberland, Port Alberni, and Tofino, and organizations such as Velo Canada Bikes and the Canadian Association for Physicians for the Environment. A national cycling strategy is a great way to help Canadian commuters make choices that are healthier, more affordable, and help our environment. If the Liberals work with us, we can promote active transportation for Canadians who want to tackle climate in this crisis in their day-to-day lives. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. John, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecture ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
Right now.
At the next sitting of the House. First reading, première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions, motion. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Port Alberni.
Speaker, it's an honor to table a petition on e-petition, E2367, on behalf of constituents from my riding at Courtenay Alberni. They're citing that wild Pacific salmon are under serious threat from pathogens, pollutants, and sea lice originating from open-net fish farms. Wild salmon support First Nations and Indigenous culture, traditions, and complex ecosystems, including contributing to coastal forests, which produce the oxygen we breathe. In spite of 3 legal decisions against it, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans refuses to screen for PRV and to agree to transfer farm fish known to be infected with PRV. Pacific salmon runs on the coast of BC are in a state of emergency, and they're calling on the government to legislate the removal of open net fish farms from BC waters by 2025, including the legislation aimed at immediately stopping the transfer of PRV-infected smolts into open net fish farms and completing the transitioning of open net fish farms to land-based closed containment by 2025, and dedicate funding and financing for training for fish farm workers to move to employment land-based closed containment facilities, transitioning workers out of the aquaculture industry in regions that will not have land-based closed containment, and remote First Nations communities currently dependent on revenues from the fish farm industry. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to present an e-petition 2391 signed by over 4,000 people from across Canada who are concerned about amendments made to the Citizenship Act by the Government of India that make religion a criteria for nationality and discriminate against some religious minorities such as Muslims. They are also concerned that the criteria of the National Register of Citizens may make marginalized minorities stateless, as they are more likely to be unable to prove their identity and status. They are calling on this House to condemn these measures and demand their withdrawal, and to condemn the excessive use of force by the police against the peaceful citizens of India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, the honourable member.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm here on behalf of many constituents in my riding, largely in Powell River and the Quathet Regional District, who came together in December, and many of them signed this petition there, to talk about the increased cost to gasoline in their area. So what the people from this region are asking for is the Competition Bureau investigation to happen into Powell River gas prices. This is a huge huge issue. The signatories are calling on the minister to direct the Competition Bureau to finally initiate an investigation into potential price fixing of gasoline in the Powell River area. This has been going on for many years, and this constituent matters a lot, so I hope to hear back from the minister very soon. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition today that follows up after International Women's Day. And it calls upon the House to enact legislation and policies that will promote pay equity and pay equality, and that women in Canada get equal treatment, the equal treatment that they deserve. I have a second petition here. This one is from members of Nanaimo Ladysmith in my riding, and they're asking that the government commit to upholding the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action by immediately halting all existing and planned construction of the Coastal GasLink project on Wet'suwet'en territory, ordering the RCMP to dismantle their exclusion zone and stand down, schedule nation-to-nation talks between the Wet'suwet'en Nation and federal and provincial governments, which I'm glad to see has happened, and prioritize the real implementation of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. Thank you.
De petition, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met recently with the Canadian-Chinese Political Affairs Committee, and this petition is an initiative of theirs reflecting widespread concern within the Chinese community and other communities about the situation with coronavirus and calling for a stronger response from the government. I want to thank them for their leadership, and it's very clear that these communities particularly affected by the stigma as well as concerns about the virus coming back from other countries into their communities. They want a strong and effective response from the government. So this petition highlights the situation in Canada with respect to coronavirus. And of course, the numbers have grown since the start of this petition, so the numbers are higher than they are as written. And it calls for the government to consider a number of different measures in response. Number one, improve communication with the Canadian public regarding the outbreak. For instance, in their daily briefing, Health Canada should release empirical data regarding their level of preparedness. They propose to consider that the scope of screening and testing at airport be expanded. For instance, many countries such as the United States, South Korea, Japan, Singapore, and Taiwan will now utilize temperature checks at airports. And it also calls for the consideration, if the situation escalates further, of a strong self-quarantine advisory or even a mandatory self-quarantine policy for those returning from heavily affected countries, and that flight restrictions also be considered for these countries. So again, I want to commend the Canadian-Chinese Political Affairs Committee for their leadership working on this petition, and I look forward to seeing the government's response on it. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition that asks the government to continue its policy on setting a price on carbon to achieve our Paris targets.
The honourable member for Victoria.
It is a pleasure to rise and to present a petition on behalf of hundreds of residents of Victoria who are concerned about fossil fuel subsidies. We have a long way to go to meet and exceed our Paris Agreement commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to 30% by 2030. The science has shown that Canada is warming at twice the global average, and Canada has declared a climate emergency. Therefore, these petitioners are calling on the government to eliminate all fossil fuel subsidies in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, the second petition I have today is from residents of my riding who are concerned about the climate crisis. They are calling on Parliament to take meaningful steps so that Canada can become a world leader in a clean energy economy. The petitioners would like to see comprehensive carbon pricing that will significantly reduce emissions and help low and middle income Canadians by equitably returning 100% of these revenues. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this place to present an e-petition that was started by one of my constituents from Galiano Island. I want to shout out to Christina Kovacek for presenting a petition and starting a petition which has accumulated more than 15 1,000 signatures. And it's calling on the government, as other petitioners today have mentioned, to observe and respect the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and particularly in relation to the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs and land claims, to halt all existing and planned construction of the Coastal GasLink project on their territory, to ask the RCMP to dismantle their exclusion zone, to have nation-to-nation talks, which we note with real gratitude to the ministers involved, have happened, that there is an agreement currently under consideration with Wet'suwet'en, and to make sure that this government continues towards real implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg leave to table a petition, an e-petition, from my riding of Cumberland Colchester that has been signed by 4,248 people. The operative clauses are, whereas the RCMP and Treasury Board are now planning in May 2020 to move almost 4,000 civilian members of the RCMP from a working pay system onto and I quote, incomprehensible failure of a pay system called Phoenix. And whereas the Public Pay Center said that Phoenix was not stable on March 18th, 2019, saying that stabilizing the current pay system remains a top priority, and further stated in an update on April 3rd, 2019, that the pay issues currently being experienced by public servants are unacceptable, and we're working tirelessly at all levels to resolve them. Therefore, we, the undersigned residents of Canada, call upon the President of the Treasury Board to honour the Treasury Board's commitment to civilian RCMP members and delay the transfer of almost 4,000 sworn civilian members onto the Phoenix payroll system until the problems with it have been fixed, or until there is a reliable and stable replacement. And I have affixed my signature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable members that a brief, succinct order. Thank you. I just want to remind the honourable members to be brief and succinct when they make their report on the petition. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to stand today and present a petition. The people that have signed this petition are concerned about forced organ harvesting internationally. We condemn organ trafficking, and we would like to see the passage of legislation in this place. The people that have signed this bill reference the bills of C-350 and S-240 in the last Parliament, and look forward to seeing similar legislation passed in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to present a petition that calls upon the House of Commons to adopt a national poverty elimination strategy, thereby ensuring Canadians a suitable quality of life and opportunity to succeed. I have a second petition that calls on, similarly to the petitions presented today, on upholding the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's call to action by immediately halting existing and planned construction of the Coastal GasLink project on Wet'suwet'en territory, asking the RCMP to dismantle their exclusion zone and stand down, schedule nation-to-nation talks with the Wet'suwet'en, which has happened, and prioritize the real implementation of UNDRIP. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I table today a petition that's actually calling upon parliamentarians to recognize the importance of Canada's middle class on a day in which the Minister of Finance actually announced that we're going to be having the budget on March the 30th of this year being announced, and asking for us to look at ways in which we can increase the wealth of the middle class here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Well done. Very good. Where are we here? Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the following question will be answered today, question 242. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions numbers 241, 243 and 244 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable
And then finally,
Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to be stand at this time.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-4, the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement Implementation Act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development has 4 minutes remaining to conclude his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the round of applause. I'd just like to start by saying we're on the traditional territory of Anishinaabe Algonquins, and of course my constituents, like Canadians across the country, will receive great benefits from this ratification of this agreement. The Yukoners, like others, are great traders. A lot of our exports are in the minerals, and Yukoners, of course, will benefit from the lower prices when you take tariffs off many of the products they buy. And this, of course, this is especially important for low-income people. In the first 6 minutes of my speech yesterday, I basically dealt with all the concerns brought up by the other three parties in the House. And I appreciate the support and the working together in a nonpartisan way of all the parties to support Canadians in this great endeavor. And it's not just here in the House where we have such cooperation and support, but across the country. Premier Moore of Saskatchewan said a signed USMCA trade deal is good news for Saskatchewan and Canada. And Premier Jason Kenney of Alberta said that he is relieved that a renewed North American trade agreement has been concluded. And Jerry Dias for Unifor said this is a much better deal than was signed 24 years ago. So the reasons that this is so important and people have such positive views of it are the many benefits, making Canada products in Canada tariff-free from the three countries. As I said, helps low-income people. The new updates to the agreement to modernize it. There's new chapters in the agreement. Benefits for business, workers, communities, laborers, the environment, which includes marine and air protection. I don't think anyone would argue against that. Automotive trade, protecting dispute resolution mechanism, which was at risk, protecting our culture, which is related to 650,000 jobs in Canada, 75,000 alone in Quebec, energy, agriculture, agri-foods. It includes language on gender and Indigenous job rights, removed the investor state provisions so that companies could not sue the Canadian government anymore. That was one improvement many Canadians were looking for. The gender equality enforcement of women's rights, benefits for small and medium businesses, and a number of technical trade procedure improvements. There's a number of things that are brand new in this agreement that we didn't have in other agreements related to the environment, to women, to labor, are all benefits from this agreement. And of course, there's as I mentioned, in my other times I've risen on this, the 3 or 4 benefits for the aluminum industry in Canada. And I mentioned a number of reports that talk about the benefits and the tremendous possible damage of not having this agreement for Canada. People have to remember that we started out I'm finished, okay. So I'd just like to finish by giving a huge shout out to our negotiators that were so professional, worked so hard to get this very successful agreement for Canada. Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Squirrel Falls.
Thank you, you, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for finishing his speech and for remembering to acknowledge territory, as he does whenever he stands to speak. It's much appreciated. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary is related to, and I will say that I'm voting in favour of the ratification. I think this is a much better version of NAFTA than the original NAFTA we've been under all these years. But I want to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that now that we've trumpeted the accomplishment of removing the investor state provisions of Chapter 11 of NAFTA in the new version of CUSMA, whether the government is prepared to examine the other investor state provisions in other agreements, particularly egregious being the secret deal done by the Harper administration with the People's Republic of China that binds Canada for 3 decades to secret suits from state-owned enterprises of the People's Republic of China.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm not, at this time, I'm not familiar with the Trade Minister's agenda on that, but I'll certainly pass on that question for you, for the member.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Had a government in the last number of years that has been very progressive and strong on the whole trade file. Today we're debating the trade agreement between Canada, Mexico, and the USA. But we've had other trade agreements over the last couple of years. In particular, I'm thinking of the European Union, the TPP, Trans-Pacific, even agreements with Ukraine and other world trade organizations. All of this comes together in terms of as an important issue for Canada. It helps create jobs through trade. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his perspective in terms of how important trade is to our economy.
Parliamentary Secretary.
The Parliamentary Secretary speaks seldom in the House, so it's great to hear from him. A very good question. The trade is, of course, this wouldn't be such a huge issue maybe in other countries' parliaments, but trade is such a big part of the Canadian economy, bigger than the United States portion of their economy. So it's instrumental to our success, and that's why people were very worried at the time possibility that this would disappear. But now we have, as the member suggests, we have an agreement with 11 countries under CTPP, 27 countries under CETA, under the Ukraine, and of course now with 3 more countries under CUSMA. We're the only country in the G7 that has trade agreements with all the other countries in the G7. This is critical to our economy, and that's why ratification of this will be such an important success for Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I asked my friend, the member for Yukon, if this is such a great trade deal, then why did the government wait until the 11th hour to release the economic impact analysis, which would actually demonstrate that it is, in fact, a bad deal? The C.D. Howe Institute released a paper undertaking an analysis in which they pointed out that Canada stands to lose $14.6 billion in GDP under the new deal compared to the old deal. I wonder if the member could comment.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, as I alluded in my opening remarks, and as I said specifically yesterday, there are a number of studies on this, most of them show the great benefits to Canada. And I'll just mention the RBC said that Canada's GDP could go down a massive 1% without this agreement, and it could affect 500,000 Canadian workers. The Scotiabank said the Canadian economy would stand a strong chance of falling into recession. So I think it's pretty common knowledge of the benefits of free trade agreements. That's why there's so much unanimity in the House, and all those studies, with the exception of the one he mentioned, reinforce that point.
The Honourable Member for Port Alberni, Courtney Alberni, sir.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague, who I have a great respect for his speech. And he cited the amount of trade agreements that this government's been able to negotiate. But maybe the member can speak about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and climate targets, because we haven't seen in any of these trade deals, and maybe he can correct me, that this has been a priority in any of these trade agreements. And through you, Madam Speaker, I'll ask the member, does he not see that this should be a priority in any trade agreements moving forward?
Parliamentary Secretary, 5 seconds.
5 seconds? Well, for the first time in history, we have the environment in this agreement with much protection of the marine and air quality, and I think that's a great step forward, so I agree with that.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
I'll just remind members that the round of 20 minutes, the 5-hour debate has finished, and we are now on 10-minute speeches. So I would like to recognize the member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased today to speak on C4, the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement Implementation Act, and would specifically like to thank my colleague, the member for Elmwood-Transcona, for his work on this file. Through extensive negotiation with the government, I am so proud that my colleague secured more openness and transparency for Canada's trade process. Too often the opposition says that the NDP doesn't understand trade, but this couldn't be further from the truth. What we don't support, Madam Speaker, apologies, is the neoliberal trade agenda. New Democrats understand the importance of our trading relationship with the U.S., our largest trading partner, and we believe that a better NAFTA can improve the welfare of all North Americans. We believe that all trade agreements must be transparent, inclusive, and forward-looking. They must address important issues like income inequality, sovereignty, climate change, and above all, they must strengthen human rights. They must be transparent and fair for everyone. Too many trade agreements are approached with the idea of how to make the rich richer. They focus on growing the wealth and power of those who already hold a great deal of wealth and power. They do not consider bettering the lives of all Canadians. Certainly people in southwestern Ontario, in my riding, know all too well what Liberal and Conservative negotiated trade agreements have created for them and their families. We see what were once highly productive manufacturing hubs now boarded up. You only have to drive down along Dundas Street in London, Ontario to know the history of these trade agreements and what it means to workers in my riding. The original NAFTA was negotiated by Conservatives and signed by Liberals in 1994. People were promised jobs, rising productivity, and secure access to the largest market in the world. It seemed like we were on the cusp of a dream, and all we had to do was sell our soul to cash in. But what happened was far from that dream, and instead Canadian workers faced a nightmare. Canada lost over 400,000 manufacturing jobs and in its textile industry. In addition, Canada paid millions of dollars in court fees and penalties when sued by corporations under the ISDS resolution mechanism. Despite some improvements, this NAFTA continues to a disturbing trend of giving more enforceable rights to corporations and trade agreements than to the real people involved and the environment. Because of NAFTA, over the last 25 years, our North American auto and manufacturing industry has become highly dependent on the integrated supply chain. In fact, automobiles and parts will often cross our borders hundreds of times before the vehicle is completed. Since 2001, after we lost the Auto Pact, 44,000 Canadian auto jobs were lost. After this devastating announcement in GM in Oshawa a few years ago, Canadians are learning that no amount of language in free trade deals, including the new NAFTA, will stop corporations from leaving Canada and heading to Mexico, where they are taking advantage of low-wage economies and a country that does not respect the environment. Workers are left to fend for themselves, despite the fact that Liberals will say that this agreement is good for the automotive sector. In fact, Liberals also ensured that GM Oshawa had no ties to Canada once they provided a multi-million-dollar bailout, and let the corporation off the hook from ever paying Canadians back. The Liberals were nowhere to be found when GM auto workers were fighting for their jobs in Oshawa. They were certainly not on the front lines, despite searching for answers about their future or their livelihoods. Interestingly, Liberals claimed that they were working hard for auto workers by signing the new NAFTA. They insisted that the deal was fantastic and no improvements could be made. Funnily enough, the American Democrats proved them wrong, and it would seem that Liberals were not as skilled negotiators as they claimed to be. At every step of the process, the Liberals have said the same thing, that this trade agreement is a great deal. First, they said that they were happy with the original NAFTA, they didn't want to renegotiate. Then they said the first version of CUSMA was the best that we could get. Now they say this latest version is the best that they can get. Well, which one is it, Madam Speaker? When the NDP called on the government to wait to ratify the first version of CUSMA so the Democrats in the states could improve it, Minister Freeland said, Mr. Speaker, what the NDP needs to understand is that reopening this agreement would be like opening Pandora's box. It would be naive for the NDP to believe that Canadians would benefit from reopening this agreement. Yet the Liberals are now keen to brag about the improvements made by the Democrats in the United States. Income and wealth inequality in Canada is at a crisis level. 46% of Canadians are $200 away from financial trouble. People who are working, like people in London Fanshawe, are struggling to get by, and wonders of this new NAFTA, like the old NAFTA, may not materialize for the majority of people in my riding. The fact of the matter is, neoliberal trade agreements don't work for workers. New Democrats have been consistent in our calls for a transparent trade process in Canada that makes the government more accountable and allows Parliament to play a greater role than that of a simple rubber stamp. The Liberals overpromised and underdelivered on holding meaningful public consultations on this agreement. The NDP believes that in all trade negotiations, the government should consult Canadians and their members of Parliament from all parties in a meaningful, comprehensive, and public way. I'd like to address some of the concerns that I have about Chapter 11, the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism. We are pleased with the elimination of Chapter 11. There's no doubt about that. But it's been replaced with mandatory regulatory cooperation, and further influence has been given to corporations. While in principle, international regulatory cooperation has the potential to raise standards, experts argue that under the new terms, corporate influence has increased at the expense of public protections and limits government's ability to regulate in areas such as toxic chemicals, food safety, rail safety, workers' health and safety, and the environment. This agreement gives corporations advance notice of new regulations and ensures that they are allowed a consultation process before any regulation goes through a legislative process. Regulatory cooperation is subject to dispute resolution. This means corporations can still directly challenge government actions, which is the highest form of regulatory chill. Regulators have to vigorously defend proposed regulations and are even required to suggest alternatives that don't involve regulating. They have to provide extensive analysis, including cost benefits to industry. This makes governments accountable to industry, not to people. I'd also like to address the gender concerns that I have in this agreement. Liberals promised an entire chapter to promote gender equality, and this was not delivered in CUSMA. The Liberals appear to have abandoned their promise before it could take root, and their limited language regarding the importance of gender equality does not exist as there is no gender chapter. Experts testified at the International Trade Committee that these agreements shouldn't just have a gender chapter, though, that you must mainstream gender rights throughout the entirety of an agreement, and gender equality does not concern only the issues of women entrepreneurs and business owners. The only chapter that addresses the links between gender and trade in any substantive factor is the labor chapter. Otherwise, the addition of gender equality language is more superficial than substantive. Labor rights must also address injustices to women like pay inequity, child labor, and poor working conditions. The NDP believes that for an agreement to be truly progressive when it comes to gender rights, it must address the systemic inequalities of all women. The NDP believe that both a gender analysis and an engendered impact assessment must be applied to all trade agreements. A professor back in my hometown of London, Dr. Erin Hanna, testified to the International Trade Committee that overwhelmingly we've put an attention on women entrepreneurs in the gender and global trade agenda. That's important, but the lion's share of women in the developing world work in the informal economy. We don't have very good tools for assessing the impact of all sorts of things in the lives of working women in the informal economy, but particularly trade. There are no methodological tools to study the impact of proposed trade deals on women who are not in that formal economy. That raises much bigger questions, though, about whether the objective of these initiatives is to bring women into the formal economy, to transition women out of the informal economy into the formal economy. It raises a whole host of other issues. I think it's important to think about how that would change these women's lives. We have a data problem, but we also have an ideological problem. The NDP believe that, like other socially progressive ideals that can be brought forward in trade agreements, words are not enough. For gender, labor, indigenous, environmental, or human rights to be truly advanced, there must be tools in place to achieve that progress. As Dr. Hanna rightfully pointed out, Canada has a lot to do itself on the gender agenda. We don't have pay equity. We don't have universal childcare. And it is clear that to move forward globally and negotiate progressive trade agreements nationally, we must have domestic tools in place that work effectively. In conclusion, I would like to talk about Indigenous rights. My colleague across the way had mentioned that, again, this deal is absent of mention of the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. We believe in the NDP that the government must abide by Article 19 of the UN Declaration and obtain free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous people before adopting any measures that may affect them. As was noted by Pam Palmater at the International Trade Committee during the conversations about Mercosur, Indigenous rights should be addressed throughout the entirety of a trade agreement, not only related to one chapter. She also noted that throughout the Pacific Alliance nations, there are a large number of Indigenous people who experience a great deal of violence from transnational corporations involved in trade. That is certainly something we see in NAFTA. These are some of the concerns that I have about the trade deal, and I appreciate the time that this House has given me to discuss them, and I appreciate any questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the intervention today by my colleague from the NDP, although I do take exception with respect to one of the comments that she made specifically around this government and the previous government, I should say, wanting to basically accept any deal that was out there. Quite to the contrary, Madam Speaker, what actually happened, and I appreciate the fact that she wasn't in the House at that time, but what actually happened was a deal was presented, and this government went and seriously negotiated with the Americans for a number of weeks, if not months, to get the absolute best deal. And it was, although to be fair, not the NDP, but it was the Conservatives at the time that were basically just saying, why aren't you taking any deal? Why aren't you taking any deal? There's a deal there, take it, take it, take it. But we insisted on, no, we need to work on this, we need to get a better deal, and we did end up getting a better deal. So what we have today is, as a result of the work, the hard work that was done, not just by the ministry, but also the government officials that were on our side, making sure that we could end up with the best deal. And I think it's important to put that out there and on the record. Thank you.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, I really appreciate that intervention by my honourable colleague, but I may not have been in this House, but I was certainly working for the NDP member of Parliament for Essex, who was the NDP critic for trade at the time. And so I do know, actually, what happened throughout that negotiation. I do know that it was, in fact, yes, the Conservatives that were pushing for the deal, but there were a lot of promises that were made by this Liberal government, or the former Liberal government, and that they didn't fulfill many of them. I know that when the minister came before the committee, she talked about a gender chapter, she talked about an Indigenous chapter, and they didn't deliver. I also know that at the end of the last session, the Liberal government put forward a signed deal. And they wanted this House to accept it. And despite a lot of New Democrats saying, no, you're not getting the best deal, we knew at the time, we knew then that it could be better. The Americans and the Democrats insisted that it could, and they made it better. And I find it interesting that the Liberal government now is taking credit for that work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to offer the member a quote that the Vice President of Canadian Federation of Agriculture made to committee. They said Canada agreed to place a worldwide cap on exports of certain dairy products in CUSMA, which is unprecedented in regional trade agreements. As the nation's prosperity depends on reliable access to global markets, Canada must not agree to this kind of provision in any future trade agreement. So I'm just wondering if the member could tell me what she sees as the dangers in Canada making this kind of concession in regard to another country limiting our own trade with other countries.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Absolutely. It's something that New Democrats have also questioned about the sovereignty challenges of other trade agreements that are going forward in non-status economies, as was quoted by the deal. And it's something that deserves a lot of attention. Absolutely. In terms of the agricultural sector, I know that many farmers are looking forward to growing our ability to access those trade agreements, and I certainly support that. But again, it has to be fair, it has to be equitable, and I certainly don't disagree with fair trade, but I agree in the neoliberal agenda as it's going forward with free trade.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. I've heard a couple of comments and questions to you about when the Liberals of saying what a great deal they did and saying that the Conservatives wanted to push them forward and accept any deal. But when the NDP called on the government to ratify the first version of CUSMA, We were asking to get a better deal. But however, the minister at that time said, Mr. Speaker, when the NDP needs to understand is that reopening the agreement would be like opening Pandora's box. So, yet the Liberals are now keen to brag about improvements made by the U.S. Democrats. So why should Canadians believe the Liberals had anything to do with the changes that increase protections for workers and guard against higher drug prices?
Member for London Fanshawe, very briefly.
I thank my honourable colleague for his work on this file as well. I know that these trade agreements have hurt his community as well in Hamilton. And it's true, the Liberals were willing to take the deal as it was before. We were constantly pushing for something better because we know that there is something better. My colleague from Elmwood Transcona has ensured that this deal also has something better through a lot of hard work and pushing the government to go even further and better themselves, not just sign off on Conservative already created trade agreements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize that we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin First Nation, and I'd also like to thank my Liberal colleagues for sharing this speaking time with me. The Green Party will support the new CUSMA agreement. We believe in fair and equitable trade that improves the health, safety, labour and environmental standards. I would like to congratulate the Canadian negotiating team for getting this deal done with the Trump administration in the White House. Things could have turned out much worse. CUSMA is not a perfect agreement. It's still a corporate model of trade. There are deficiencies. Climate change is not mentioned. The softwood lumber agreement has not been fixed. The good regulatory practices chapter could be very problematic. The extension of copyright was not necessary. Indigenous rights and title are a particular area of concern in both Canada and Mexico. Aluminum was not properly covered in the rules of origin. The dairy industry faces increased imports and constraints on their exports. The negotiating process could still be a lot more transparent and consulted. But there are significant wins. The proportionality clause for energy exports has been removed. Labor standards have been improved in Mexico. The rules of origin have been improved. Supply management has been protected. The environmental rules have been strengthened. And cultural industries remain protected. In my view, removing investor-state dispute settlement provisions, or ISDS, is the biggest win. We need to remove ISDS from all our trade and investment agreements. ISDS gives foreign corporations extraordinary powers to bypass national court systems and challenge domestic laws in a private tribunal system. It gives foreign corporations rights that domestic corporations don't have. Foreign corporations can demand millions and even billions of dollars in compensation from governments for the loss of potential profit when those domestic laws and regulations get in the way of their profits. These secretive tribunals take place behind closed doors with no public scrutiny or participation from some of the affected parties. Under some treaties, such as the Canada-China FIPA, the public may never know that a tribunal took place or that a Chinese state-owned corporation received financial compensation from Canadian taxpayers. These are not real courts. Trade tribunals are made up of 3 corporate lawyers who work for major private law firms and earn $1,000 per hour or more. These lawyers switch roles in different arbitration cases. Sometimes they work for the corporation, sometimes they defend government, and other times they act as the deciding judge. Madam Speaker, I know the Conservatives are big supporters of investor-state dispute settlement. I'd like to correct some of what I've heard from them on this subject. No Canadian corporation has ever been successful in bringing an arbitration case against the United States. ISDS has not been a helpful tool for Canadian corporations under NAFTA. Canada laws and policies have been challenged by NAFTA investor-state rules 48 times, and we've lost 8 of the 17 cases which were completed. Canadian taxpayers have paid out hundreds of millions of dollars to foreign companies for the loss of potential profit, not for real expropriation. For example, Canada banned imports of gasoline carrying MMT, a known neurotoxin, to protect the health of Canadians. The U.S. company that makes MMT, Ethel Corporation went to a NAFTA tribunal and received $13 million in compensation from Canadian taxpayers. Bilcon versus Canada is another egregious case. The Nova Scotia government told Bilcon they're open for business. Bilcon wanted to build a quarry and a shipping terminal and blast rock for 50 years in the vicinity of the calving grounds of the North Atlantic right whale. Bilcon failed the environmental assessment. They then bypassed Canadian courts and received $7 million in compensation from a NAFTA tribunal. They should have received nothing. The U.S. government hasn't paid a penny for an arbitration case because it hasn't lost a single case under NAFTA. They won all of the 21 claims against them. Madam Speaker, we need to remove investor-state dispute settlements from all trade and investment agreements. One of the most problematic of those agreements is the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, or FIPA. This is an ISDS agreement that will be impossible to change. NAFTA had a 6-month notice clause for abrogation or renegotiation. The Canada-China FIPA is locked in for 15 years. Then there's a 1-year notice period, after which corporations that invested get a further 15 years of investor state, 31 years in total. The Canada-China FIPA locks in the discriminatory practices that China had in place at the time of signing. The Canada-China FIPA was negotiated in secret and signed and ratified without a vote in this House. It was ratified by an order in council by the Harper Conservative government while there was an ongoing court challenge by the Huipachusett First Nation. Imagine that. Complete disrespect of our judicial system and of First Nations. The Canada-China FIPA does not have a national security carve-out or exemption. So if Canada blocks Huawei based on national security grounds, then Canadian taxpayers could be on the hook for billions of dollars for the loss of potential profits that Huawei claims. And we may never know that there was an arbitration case or payout because both parties would have to agree to make that information public. That is another egregious part of the Canada-China FIPA, secrecy. Madam Speaker, Canada has FIPA agreements with the A to Z of small market and developing countries, from Armenia to Zambia. And this is where the Canadian companies are using ISDS successfully. Canadian companies have won $2 billion in compensation from developing countries, and there is another $10 billion being sought through ISDS, predominantly from extractive companies. For example, the Canadian mining company, Gabriel Resources, is seeking $4 billion after the Romanian government, under massive public pressure, blocked a project that would have leveled 4 mountains, destroyed 3 villages, and turned a valley into a toxic cyanide-laced tailings pond. This is under the Canada-Romania FIPA. Imagine if that happened in Banff. Imagine a state-owned mining company taking up Alberta on their open for business approach and putting in a proposal to level 4 mountains, relocate Banff, and turn Lake Louise into a toxic tailings pond. Then imagine paying that corporation billions of dollars in taxpayer-funded compensation for the loss of potential profit when Albertans rejected that project. Imagine that arbitration case and payout being kept secret. Madam Speaker, the legal firms that specialize in ISDS shop these arbitration suits around to hedge funds and finance companies who also reap massive profits from these cases. The Wall Street hedge fund, Tenor Capital, invested $35 million in the Cristalex versus Venezuela case and got a whopping 1,000% return on their investment when the Canadian mining company was awarded $1.2 billion in compensation. The Cristalex case also came under a FIPA agreement. Indigenous people in Venezuela objected to the mine because it was destroying their community and territory. In an era of the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, we are going to see more challenges to destructive extractive projects, not just here in Canada, but around the world. Madam Speaker, Canada has signed trade and investment agreements with some countries that have terrible human rights records. The Harper government negotiated and signed the Canada-Honduras Free Trade Agreement after a coup toppled the democratically elected government. Is that how we reward anti-democratic behavior?
Yes.
Should trade not lift all boats? Should the improvement of judicial systems, the rule of law, and democratization not be part of these agreements? Should trade agreements not improve the health, safety, consumer, labor, and environmental standards of all concerned? The Green Party believes so. Investor-state dispute settlement, by its very nature, is anti-democratic and should be removed from all our trade and investment agreements. I would like to applaud the Canadian negotiating team for getting rid of ISDS in CUSMA. Our work is cut out for us.
Yes.
One down, many more to go.
Well done. Well, the whole.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, let me just congratulate, more so than anything else, the members of the Green Party in recognizing that, in fact, this particular agreement is better than what was there in the first place, and ultimately in the best interests of Canadians, and recognizing some of the benefits he pointed out, which I think is a part of what is the reason why we're getting the type of support, not only inside the House, where we have from the Green Party, the New Democrats, the Conservatives, all members seem to be wanting to support this bill, but there's also a great deal of support across the country, different levels of government, labor unions to entrepreneurs, big corporations, big business to medium size, you name it, Madam Speaker. There's a wide spectrum of support for the trade agreement here. And my question to the member is that what are his thoughts in terms of just how important it is in seeing this trade agreement put into place?
For Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I think that it's really important to be getting rid of investor state, so the sooner we get this ratified, the better. And people who know me would be surprised that I would be supporting a trade agreement that still follows this kind of corporate neoliberal model. But I think that the wins in this agreement are significant, and especially in the investor state, as I've outlined, this is an egregious part of the trade and investment agreements that have been signed by Canada and by other countries around the world. There's some 3,000 of these investor-state agreements around the world, and it's really a system of corporate capture that, is anti-democratic, fundamentally anti-democratic, and blocks governments from doing things that are in the best interests of their citizens. So I applaud the negotiating team and this government for getting rid of investor state in this agreement.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
I can thank him for his speech, especially putting the emphasis around the investor state provisions, which we both share. We don't support this corporate model that ignores workers' rights, Indigenous rights. Not having climate targets in this deal is of huge concern. Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to hear from the member talk about what could have been done in terms of if we had included climate targets and how trade could become a tool actually to reducing emissions so we could meet the IPCC report, and that is the report that identifies that we're going to have catastrophic change if we don't make huge changes in our lifestyle today, Madam Speaker. And also maybe he can talk about a little bit more about how important it is on the Indigenous rights piece. He cited the Hupechesith First Nation, and I applaud them. They've taken, they've stood up for Indigenous rights, and how the government failed again. They failed to, do the adequate consultation and implement INDRA in this deal. It could have been an opportunity to do that. In fact, it was the U.S. Democrats that got most of our gains in this deal, not the Liberal government, who are patting themselves on the back. They would have settled on this agreement way before any of these changes were put forward. So we owe appreciation to the U.S. and certainly to Hupechesith and all these other players that are standing up for really important values. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, I thank the honourable member from Courtney Alberni for his questions. investor state is a huge problem for dealing with climate change. And I think given the number of investor state dispute settlement agreements around the planet that are going to impede climate action, we're going to have to deal with this through the WTO, through Article 20 of the WTO, to try to solidify something that overrides the investor state dispute settlements that have been signed in multilateral agreements and in bilateral agreements. In terms of the Hupa-Chusett and their challenge, as the previous speaker had said, Article 19 of UNDRIP should have been taken into consideration, and there should have been proper consultation with First Nations about this. And in the case of the Canada-China FIPA, to have that ratified in the middle of a federal court case was egregious. So I would agree, we have a lot of things to work on. We've got a lot of fights ahead of us to deal with this web, this spider's web of investor state that surrounds this planet in order to deal with the climate crisis and make sure that we're able to fight it clearly without corporate influence and blockage.
Coming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to pass this legislation swiftly, as all stakeholders' constituents have requested, so that the vacuum of uncertainty would be lifted on our trade relations with the U.S., our official opposition made many suggestions as to ways we would gladly cooperate with the government. Knowing that the federal election was coming up in October, Conservatives offered to begin a pre-study on the original legislation, Bill C-100, in May of this year. That way they would only have to deal with clause by clause later on. But the government declined. When the revised agreement was signed in December, Conservatives offered to come back early from Christmas break to begin work on the bill. Again, the government declined. A unanimous motion was passed. The International Trade Committee had approximately 200 requests come in on CUSMA. And the amount of work to do on the legislation hasn't changed. And we consistently offered to commence that work earlier, but the government declined. Conservatives ultimately offered to complete clause-by-clause examination by no later than March 5th, under the assumption that the government would not be recalling the House of Commons during the constituency break. Again, Madam Speaker, the government declined. A unanimous motion was passed at the International Trade Committee requesting that this government release its economic impact analysis for CUSMA. It was not provided until one day before committee conducted its clause-by-clause review, and the government's economic impact report compared CUSMA to not having a NAFTA deal at all. What this says is that the government wanted Canadians to believe that actually any trade deal, no matter how unbalanced or restrictive, would actually be better than nothing at all. Thankfully, the C.D. Howe Institute released a report comparing CUSMA to the old NAFTA deal on February 21st. It affirmed that CUSMA will reduce Canada's GDP by $14.2 billion. Canada's exports to the U.S. will fall by $3.2 billion, while our imports from the U.S. will increase by $8.6 billion. The C.D. Howe Institute's report sheds some light on why the government said it was important to support the new agreement moving quickly and then balked at every opportunity we gave to expedite the passing of this legislation. And so, Madam Speaker, we're here now dealing with the issues around what was not good in the agreement. And with those 200 organizations and individuals who wanted to come and talk to the committee, we were able to process through 100 of those. The Canadian manufacturers and exporters said, and I quote, "If we want Canada to take full advantage of this agreement, the government must take steps to ensure Canadian manufacturers' productivity levels are equivalent to that of other OECD countries, so they can succeed on North American markets and globally." Canadian Chamber of Commerce said the CUSMA, as signed last autumn, was an imperfect but necessary agreement to provide greater predictability in our relationships with Canada's largest trading partner. Predictability was lost to such an extent that we were to the point where people were saying, we need to just get this done. Last week, I met with my own Chamber of Commerce and also held a town hall with the Shadow Minister of Agriculture in my riding with a number of farmers from the area. Agriculture and agri-food producers, manufacturers, exporters, and all the support services of small businesses in my riding are experiencing the serious impacts of uncertainty that this government has plagued our economy with. increased costs, and loss of customer base because of the punitive policies of this government and the uncertainty of our relationship with our biggest trading partner. Plus, the shutting down of supply routes due to strikes, due to lack of rail cars because oil is flowing on our tracks instead of safely through our pipelines, barricades that created dangerous situations and prevented their products from being shipped, carbon taxes on heating and cooling systems that are necessary for their manufacturing, increased payroll taxes, increased red tape. They feel they've been attacked and ignored by this government. They know that CUSMA is an imperfect but necessary agreement to provide better predictability in our relationships with Canada's largest trading partner. And so we are here, Madam Speaker, ready to pass this bill, C4. The Aluminum Association of Canada said, as part of the ongoing collaboration between the Government of Canada and industry, we intend to initiate discussions with the government to encourage Mexico to implement a similar measure which would help limit the arrival of products that do not comply with the rules of the agreement between our three countries. Canada's aluminum industry is concerned by this government's failure to secure the same Made in North America provisions for aluminum as was given to steel. And Canada is North America's largest producer of aluminum. And while the 70% rule of origin included looks good on paper, in reality, the failure to include a smelted and poured definition, which is what the industry is asking of in Mexico, without that definition, it will leave the North American industry vulnerable to dumping from overseas, particularly through Mexico. As well, I have to say, Madam Speaker, that the government needs to report on the status of the $2 billion in tariffs that the revenue that they collected thus far to ensure that it actually was used to support Canadian businesses impacted by those tariffs. I can tell you that the manufacturers in my communities were very discouraged by what they saw in this government's behavior when they were facing shutdowns. Their suggestion that they help them deal with giving their people more EI. They don't want more EI. They wanted to be able to keep those people working. As well, there's an urgency to develop a strategy to market Canadian aluminum to the greenest in the world to help shore up our competitiveness in existing and emerging markets. This is part of what the Conservative plan was with our environmental plan, which looked at showcasing and bragging to the world about what Canada already does and how we could help to impact the global issues on climate change that impact so many other countries that aren't as clean as Canada is. And then there's our dairy farmers. Madam Speaker, the largest group left behind by this government during the negotiations is Canada's dairy sector. This government has managed to simultaneously shrink the opportunity for Canadian dairy producers and processors at home in Canada while also limiting their ability to grow by exporting. Canada agreed to place a worldwide cap on exports of certain dairy products in CUSMA, which is unprecedented in regional trade agreements. As the nation's prosperity depends on reliable access to global markets in every market, but also specifically in dairy, Canada must not agree to this kind of provision in any future trade agreement. Why would this government say yes to giving the U.S. that kind of power over our sovereignty and our opportunity to trade as we wish with other countries? This concession, as I said, is an affront to our sovereignty, and there's no excuse or rational argument for this capitulation to go hat in hand to the U.S. to ask them if we can please have permission from them to export dairy to any country we choose to trade with. Madam Speaker, there are so many areas that are faulty in this particular agreement that the stakeholders brought to the attention of the committee, and we were able to create recommendations for this government to move forward and to rectify a lot of those issues that are there. In government procurement, we have no chapter on being able to secure Canada's access to the U.S. market. In auto, Canada's exports of motor vehicles to the U.S. will decline by $1.5 billion relative to the current trade regime under NAFTA, and imports would decrease by $1.2 billion. In light of the hardships faced by Ontario's auto sector, compounded by the punitive actions of this government against our competitiveness, they must fulfill the auto sector's request to delay the implementation of CUSMA for the auto sector until January 2021, as per the industry's request to allow them to adjust to the new climate of the deal. And then there's forestry, Madam Speaker. So many mills have closed, and support services, small businesses, whole communities have been brought to a standstill by this government's indifference. They don't deserve this attitude from their Prime Minister, who they expect to re-engage right now with the United States Trade Representative to find a solution to this issue. Cultural exemption. The price for protecting the cultural exemption within CUSMA was to open ourselves up to retaliatory tariffs not limited to that sector. For example, if Canada decides to implement a digital service tax for companies such as Netflix, the United States would be within its right, as per CUSMA, to place a tariff of equal commercial effect on any Canadian export. Madam Speaker, these are just a few of the examples of where this government has capitulated to the U.S. Their reply to the whole document is a huge document of all of their successes. Ours, from what I understand, what our previous Minister of Trade on this side of the House said, was 72 pages long. Clearly, Canada has not come out in the best circumstances here, but as the stakeholders said, we just need to get this done and move on, hopefully in the future with better arrangements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Malta, questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have a difficult time with the Conservative Party's approach to the whole issue of trade. On the bill itself, they say that they're going to support, and then they will go absolutely all over the place in terms of why it is that it's such a bad trade deal. You know, it's almost as if you follow the logic, you would think that they would be voting against the trade agreement in which they've been speaking of. And it really takes some exception, you know, when they try to come across as if they're the protectors of supply management. You know, this is from the Conservative Party, the same party that destroyed the Canadian Wheat Board in terms of the actions that it had taken. And prior to that, they said that they would do nothing to hurt the Canadian Wheat Board. And once they were in government, if the Conservatives were in government today, they wouldn't have protected the supply management, Madam Speaker. Many people, many farmers would recognize that fact. My question to the member opposite is, what gives her, what in her opinion gives her party credibility when they are so inconsistent on this particular trade agreement?
Honourable member for Yorkton Millville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The inconsistency is on that side of the House. They voted against the very first NAFTA agreement. We are the party of free trade. The other trade agreements that they were championing today that they signed their name on, all of that work was done by this party when we were on that side of the House. You have nothing to say to me about free trade, sir, through the Speaker. We are very proud of the fact that we do very good deals. It is unfortunate, quite honestly, from my perspective, that we do have to vote in favor of this in light of these issues, but it has been done so poorly, and all of our stakeholders are saying we need this to be dealt with, and we'll move on from here. Thank you.
Kamalta, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Milton.
Thank my colleague for her speech. One of the things I think it's important, when the first NAFTA agreement came out, under the Conservatives, 400,000 jobs were lost. I know in the city of Hamilton, we had many jobs that we lost through manufacturing, and the city was collapsing. However, we have an investor state provisions that were negotiated that were allowed investors to sue our country under the first agreement. Now that there's taken away under this agreement, does she not feel, through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the question, does she not feel that it's a better agreement now than it was in the first original agreement?
Honourable Member for Yorkton Millville.
From what I see of the feedback from the stakeholders in the auto industry, there's a lot of angst around issues with this particular agreement, which is why they've requested that it not be implemented for the auto industry until 2021.
Without questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sandwich School Violence.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable friend from Yorkton Melville for her speech. Of course, it's always difficult to look back, and I know that people tend to forget what happened in the 41st Parliament. But the passage of the Canada-China Investment Treaty is one that we really need to focus on, people forget that it exists. I've heard so many members speak to the issues we have in CUSMA now that we've gotten rid of Chapter 11, that was the investor state provisions that allowed the U.S. government to sue us in secret. But it was under Stephen Harper that we're now obligated for decades for secret tribunals. The People's Republic of China's state-owned enterprises have the right to lien on the Canadian government in secret, first for 6 months, and then bring secret arbitration cases if we do anything that hurts the expectation of profits of corporations from the People's Republic of China. So I asked my friend from Yorkton Melville if she'd be willing to look into the implications of that, which was passed in secret in Cabinet without a vote in Parliament.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you for the question. I can't answer that. But what I would say is I would ensure that if we were forming government, we would be far more careful about the way we encourage investment of China in this country going forward.
One last question. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
For her speech, she mentioned the delays of the Liberal government in allowing Parliament and the opposition parties to study the bill. We asked in October, December. Just wondering if she could explain why she thinks the Liberal Party continually blocks Parliament from proper oversight of such an important deal.
For Yorkton Melville, very short answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, clearly there's a problem on the other side of the floor. Quite often we see them make announcements and then they try to figure out how to implement those. And I think in this case, this deal took so long and was poorly debated, poorly constructed, and then realizing that they had conceded so much that they were trying to avoid any kind of scrutiny and just simply get it through the House.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great opportunity, of course, to share some wisdom on this very important Bill C-4, of course, CUSMA, which is the Canada-US-Mexico deal. But before I go into the deal, because what's linked to trade deals, of course, is the economy. And the economy here in Canada, after 5 years of Liberal government, is very strong compared to what it was maybe when we took office, of course. So let's look at what's happened. What's changed in the last 5 years? Well, we see 1.2. So that's 1.2 million jobs were created by Canadians. 1.2 million jobs, Madam Speaker. We've seen over 1 million people lifted out of poverty. Over 1 million. Powerful. 353,000 of those were children. Children lifted out of poverty. That's over 20%, Madam Speaker, of the poverty rate in Canada. And 75,000 of those were seniors, and most of those women. These are big, important numbers. As well, we're seeing the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. These are the factors that's out there clearly stating how strong this economy is and how strong our government, who's been focused on tax cut and helping the middle class and those that want to join the middle class. Madam Speaker, trade deals are extremely important to Canadian, and every province and territory is very happy with this trade deal. And I'll share some of the things through my speech today, of course. But when you trade, just a trade deal here, which we had before, but this is a new and improved one, plus the trade deals. The two other trade deals, the CETA trade deal, which of course is another 500 million people, and we have seen in that trade deal, of course, 98%. Think about that for a second. 98% of the tariffs have been removed, whereas in the past, it was 25%. So you can imagine how the business community feels today with that trade deal. How I know in my constituency what the business community has to say about that trade deal. And let's talk about the other trade deal as well, the CPTPP. That's another trade deal with Asia and the Pacific. And that trade deal, again, 500 million people. So between the three trade deals, we have 1.5 billion people. And in the Asia-Pacific one, Madam Speaker, most of the tariffs are gone, and 100% of the seafood tariffs are gone. So you can imagine in my region, Atlantic Canada, Nova Scotia, this is a great opportunity to increase our exports. Extremely important, Madam Speaker. Now, this CUSMA deal, this Canada, U.S., Mexico deal, how important is it? It's $2 billion per day. $2 billion per day, which is just an enormous sum. And 80% of the products moving forward between these two countries, or three with the Mexican and Canadian, is, of course, products that come from Canada. So 80%, Madam Speaker, Canadian exports, I should say, is involved in this trade deal, which is so important. And who's supporting this trade deal? Not just us. The premiers are saying they're behind this trade deal, which is extremely important. And I'll talk about certain ones, of course, but we know Mo and Kenny and company and Brian Mulroney, of course. The business community is happy. The unions are happy. The Canadian business community is extremely happy with that, Speaker. Now, you know, they say Trump is a good negotiator. Well, let's look at what the three things he wanted. He wanted sunset clause, 5 years. We have to renegotiate or it's dead. It's not in there. We took it out. It's now 16 years. 16 years, Madam Speaker. The second thing he wanted is supply management, the end of supply management. We are the party that introduced supply management. We are the party that's promoting supply management, and we will continue to support supply management because it's important to Canadians, as you know. And the third thing he wanted, Trump, of course, was the tribunal, the dispute resolution. So he said, well, we want to have American judges, American courts. Do you think we were going to agree to that? Maybe a conservative would have, but we did not agree to that. And then we added another piece, which is really important, where they must participate in tribunal panels, where in the past they could say no. So right there is three key areas where our government has been very successful in negotiating with the Americans, of course. But let's bring that back to Nova Scotia. What does this trade deal represent to Nova Scotia? It's extremely important because $3.7 billion is purchased by the Americans in Nova Scotia. That's an extremely important investment yearly, as you can imagine. That's 68% of all our trade products that's leaving Nova Scotia going to the States. That means how many jobs? 18,000 jobs are directly related in this trade deal to Nova Scotians. This is a very important. That's 18,000 direct. I forgot to mention the 7,000 indirect, Madam Speaker. So you can imagine how we feel in Nova Scotia. As the Premier said, Mr. McNeil, he said, this is a great deal for Canada. This is a great deal for Nova Scotia. Very clear message, Madam Speaker. Very clear message. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about a company in my riding, just down the street, Madrid Industries. They are a steel industry. And they, today, know with this deal that they will be able to be competitive, they will be able to move their products to the States and to Mexico without tariffs. Now, that's extremely important to them. That's making sure that they can move forward. Now, these are great paying jobs, of course, for the people that work in that industry. Now, Madam Speaker, a little quote from the steel industry, of course. Catherine Bobden, which is the Canadian Steel Producer Association, CUSMA is critical to strengthening the competitiveness of Canada and North American steel industry and is showing that market access in the face of persistent global trade challenges and uncertainty. So good, strong support from the steel industry. And of course, Madam Speaker, we are seeing the strongest changes, amendments in this trade deal when it comes to the labor and environment, two major areas that Canada is pushing forward. So making sure that we have some criteria around strengthening the standards of the labor and the enforcement and the inspections. That means that the wages that are being paid is a more level playing field. It also means that the hours, the work conditions, those are essential pieces that to ensure that the playing field is level, and it's extremely important, of course. And of course, in the environment, Madam Speaker, as you know, we've added some obligations around the fight against marine pollution, and of course, which is the other piece of it, which is the air quality, which is very important. Madam Speaker, I have to also mention about farmer care, because we were able to remove in the last amendments the piece that would had a 10-year restriction on generic drugs. So that's been removed, Madam Speaker, which is extremely important. We've added, of course, new chapters, which is protecting women's rights, minority rights, indigenous rights, discrimination against gender and sexual orientation. These are all important chapters that's in this trade deal, which is so essential. And of course, the cultural exemptions, which is helping all Canadians, as well as, of course, Quebec, which is a very important one. And we have work. We know that when you do a trade deal, there's a little bit of trade here or there. And the industry, of course, the poultry and the egg industry, of course, they of course, we've opened up a small percentage, if you want, 2%, but we're compensating them, and not just compensating them for the loss. We're compensating, but also supporting them so that they can purchase better equipment, more up-to-date equipment, so that our product will be better and being able to trade internationally and open up that potential market as well. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very important deal. I'm extremely proud to support this, and I know the people in my constituency are just waiting for this to be ratified as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate his speech, a wonderful speech. Quick suggestion, when we have a mic, we don't have to yell first. The question is if you can speak about softwood lumber for BC, and if you can talk about the aluminum, the people are suffering in Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As you know, the aluminum and steel has been, the tariffs have been removed from that, and we've also added in this deal that 70% of the steel would be used in cars, would be 70% between the three countries, whereas in the past it was 0. So that's a big victory. But I do want to share with my colleague some of the things his colleagues have said. So Jason Kennedy said, relieved. Imagine, it takes a lot to relieve him. But anyway, he's been relieved, of course, that the renewed non-American trade agreement has been concluded. That's right. Wow, relief. And let's talk about Brian Mulroney, the former Prime Minister of the country and chief negotiator, said Canada got what they wanted. They got a great deal. But I know I sat in this house a couple of years and listened to the Conservatives say, sign, sign, sign. Don't worry about negotiating. That's $2 billion a day. We have a much better deal today than we would have had if we had listened to the Conservatives. And in 10 years, we know what we got the last 10 years before we took power.
Questions and comments, Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour Nicolet-Saurin. Madam Speaker, I listened to the speech with great enthusiasm, but in the agricultural sector, there are a lot of questions being asked about this deal. For example, we know that for some years now, dairy producers use a lot of fatty proteins, and this is in their exports. Now the U.S. is going to decide how many liters they're going to export. For example, the first year it's 55,000, in the second year 35,000. But for the other years, there'll only be an increase of 1.5 or 2%. But we could have gone up to 100,000 liters when we had the freedom to export. How can he subjugate our agriculture to the U.S., especially since we gave them 3.9% of our supply management system? Dairy producers have the feeling that they're looking at an 8% reduction in their revenues with the first 2 years. So imagine what it'll be afterwards. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I understand, like he does, that in negotiations there's some give and take. But one thing that is sure is that supply management, we're going to keep it. And you know that the U.S., as I explained in my speech, well, the president said he wanted to get rid of the supply management system. And we know, as you do, that supply management is vital. And that's why we don't have Mr. Bernier here, who is clearly against supply management, and he certainly would have comments to say about that. But with this agreement, Quebecers are receiving $57,000 in exports from the U.S., so that's a very important deal for Quebec as well. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his passionate speech. I always enjoy listening to him. But he mentioned about there's some provisions that they are taking credit for about protecting women. And according to sources, the renegotiated deal originally included provisions for improving conditions of working women that included workplace harassment, pay equity, and equality issues. So that was in the scrub phase, however. Then these provisions disappeared at the scrubbing process. So my ask through you, Madam Speaker, to my friend is, how does this protect women, and what happened to these provisions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. There's no question that when there are provisions, those creates more discussion as we move forward. It's not a closed-door book right now, but what's important is that we have the strongest chapters on the labour and environment that we've ever had in any trade deals, and we have a protection of women and Indigenous people included in there. So those are key points. It's never been in there before. So now that they're there, they're saying, well, it's not perfect. No, it's not perfect, but I'll tell you something. We are starting to build a strong foundation so Canada can continue to prosper as we move forward. Thank you.
All right.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton, Health, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Seniors, and the Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, Infrastructure. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Alberton.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise this afternoon on Bill C-4, an act to ratify the new free trade agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico, sometimes referred to as the new NAFTA. Whatever one wishes to label the agreement, one thing is clear, and that is that for Canadians, it falls far short of a win. Before I elaborate on some of the shortcomings with respect to the new agreement, I think it's important to provide some context in terms of the history of how we got to where we are. Of course, in November 2016, President Trump was elected, and it is no secret that President Trump was no fan of NAFTA. Indeed, he called it the worst trade deal ever. And so in the face of that, it was a little surprising that the Prime Minister preemptively invited the President to renegotiate NAFTA. The Prime Minister, ever so confident, stated that he would get a better deal. The Prime Minister boasted about a win-win-win. A win for Canada, a win for the United States, and a win for Mexico. Now, it's no surprise that, given the President's position on NAFTA, that he took the Prime Minister up on his offer at the earliest opportunity. And what did the Prime Minister do once he got his wish? Well, effectively, he put forward a whole series of non-trade issues that alienated the United States. We saw during the course of negotiations punitive steel and aluminum tariffs leveled against Canada that had a devastating impact that lasted for more than a year. The Prime Minister spent a lot of time doing what this Prime Minister does, virtue signaling, while Canadians paid. And the United States concluded that Canada was not interested in reaching a deal. And so what happened, Madam Speaker? Well, the United States negotiated a deal with Mexico. Most aspects of this agreement were negotiated between the United States and Mexico, the steel provisions, other components of the agreement. And then Canada was invited in at the 11th hour when there were few items to resolve. And so in that respect, Madam Speaker, it was a fait accompli. The government was left with really very little choice, either sign the agreement or walk away. And in the face of that, it's no surprise that they signed the agreement. So what happened, Madam Speaker, is as a result of the Prime Minister's lack of leadership, what we got was not a better deal like the one the Prime Minister promised, but a worse deal. Instead of a win-win-win, a win for Canada, a win for the United States, and a win for Mexico, we have an agreement that is a win for the United States, a win for Mexico, and a loss for Canada. It's no wonder, Madam Speaker, that this government was so reluctant to reveal the economic impact analysis, its own economic impact analysis on this agreement until the 11th hour, when they did so one day before the Trade Committee went clause by clause on Bill C-4. Now, if this trade agreement were as good as the government would like Canadians to believe, then surely the government would be very eager to reveal its economic impact analysis to demonstrate what a good deal it is for Canada. But the government didn't do that. Why didn't they do that? Well, I think very simply, Madam Speaker, is despite the rhetoric on the other side, this government knows that it isn't a good deal and that the Prime Minister didn't get a better deal as he promised. Now, Madam Speaker, when we saw the economic impact analysis, the government's analysis compares the New Deal to no deal at all. Well, Madam Speaker, the appropriate comparator is not that between the New Deal and no deal at all, but between the New Deal and the old NAFTA.
Right.
And Madam Speaker, while this government quite deliberately didn't undertake that analysis in terms of what they have revealed publicly, the C.D. Howe Institute did undertake such an analysis. And what the C.D. Howe Institute determined was that under the New Deal, Canada stands to lose $14.2 billion in GDP. Not only that, Canada stands to see a reduction in exports to the U.S. market by the sum of $3.2 billion, while Canada stands to import more American products to the sum of $8.6 billion more in U.S. exports, $3.2 billion less in Canadian exports. So again, Madam Speaker, a good deal for the United States, a bad deal for Canada. Now, despite the fact that this agreement falls short, we on this side of the House are prepared to support the government, support the passage of Bill C-4, and support the speedy ratification of CUSMA. And we support it because, at the end of the day, this deal is better than no deal. And we certainly have heard, and the member from Sackville noted, the business community, premiers, do want to see certainty. They want to see continued access to our most important trading partner, that being the United States. And we know that there's $2 billion in bilateral trade between Canada and the United States each and every day. $900 billion in bilateral trade a year. To put that in perspective, that is 9 times more than our second largest trading partner, that of China. And Canadian exports, or 75% of Canadian exports, are destined to the U.S. market. So in light of that, it would be irresponsible to not support the ratification of this agreement in light of the fact that if we were not to do so, there would be a risk of no agreement, and that benefits no one, Madam Speaker. But while we support the ratification, we do so on a qualified basis, and we will continue to remind the government of the shortcomings of this agreement. This government opened up the dairy market 3.6% and got nothing in return. This government was not able to get the same protections for the Canadian aluminum industry that are there in the agreement for the steel industry. We know, Madam Speaker, that the government got nowhere in terms of Buy America. Mexico got a chapter on Buy America. Canada did not. And the consequence of that is it leaves Canadian companies out of the opportunity to bid on large government procurement projects in the United States. And, Madam Speaker, this government sold out Canadian sovereignty by requiring permission of Washington to negotiate new trade agreements with non-market economies such as our second largest trading partner, China. So, Madam Speaker, while this is a deal that we will support, make no mistake about it, it's better than no deal, but it's not a good deal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Joseph Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start by saying that I understand the role of the opposition, and that is to challenge a government and to push for better and always to be pushing for something a little bit better. So I get that and I understand that. But to hear a number of Conservatives say today, well, we're supporting this because it's better than no deal and it's just what we have to do because we need something, is absolutely disingenuous at best. The reality of the situation is Conservatives need to vote for this because they can't be seen as not voting for it. Right. They can't go back to their electorate and try to explain why they didn't vote for it. Absolutely. So my question to the member is, you know, and he tried to explain, after all this stuff was horrible about the deal, why he's still going to vote for it. But meanwhile, about a year and a half ago, they wanted to capitulate over anything, saying, sign a deal, sign a deal, sign a deal. Well, they were willing to force us they were willing to go along with signing a deal back then, but now that the deal has even improved since then, they're suggesting that it's still not good enough, even though we should have signed it back then. So can the member explain what about the deal now is worse than the deal that we had previously in terms of not meeting the standards that he has for a deal?
St. Albert Edmonds.
Well, Madam Speaker, various sectors of the Canadian economy have spoken, and they've said it's an adequate deal, it's a good enough deal, but it's not a great deal. And I could quote many, but Madam Speaker, is the member from Kingston and the Islands happy that Canadian aluminum producers don't have the same protection afforded to steel producers, opening up dumping from China via Mexico? Is the member proud that we opened up our dairy market, resulting in compensation that this government is now rolling out because they didn't get a good deal to protect our supply-managed sectors of the economy? Is the member proud of the fact that we got rid of the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism, leaving Canadian businesses at the whim of U.S. courts? Madam Speaker, I'm not proud of those things. There is a lot of room for an improved deal. This is far from a good deal.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from St. Albert, Edmonton. He had mentioned in his speech earlier that they're not happy with the deal, but they're going to accept it. I, too, agree that I feel there could be a better deal. However, it is, they've made major improvements in certain areas from the original deal. And getting rid of the investor state provisions, I believe, was a good thing where it allowed the investors to actually sue our government. So do you not believe that this is a better deal than the original deal, or do you feel the original deal was better and we should have stayed with it?
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, we believe that the old deal, the NAFTA deal, was a better deal than this deal. That is clear. And the Prime Minister invited the President to renegotiate a deal that had on the whole been good for Canada and an agreement that created 5 million Canadian jobs. NAFTA was a good deal. This deal is an adequate deal, but one that falls far short.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, of course, for his question. You know, I'm a little, it's really difficult to follow the Conservatives the last 3 or 4 days on this deal. Because I heard just a couple of hours ago they're saying, this is the deal we negotiated. They're passing the deal we negotiated. And then he says this is the worst deal that was already done. So we got to get our facts straight. You know, between you guys in caucus, you have a responsibility to, you know, kind of shape up your arguments. It would be nice to do that because it wasn't very clear for me, for sure. But let's look at a couple of ways. Would the colleague wouldn't agree that 0 aluminum steel to 70 is much better? Would he not agree as well that the labour and environment clauses, chapters we put in, is an improvement? Would he not agree that that the Americans can't block now the arbitrary panel? And even his colleague said, we even want more sugar. Much better dealing with the sugar. So these are very positive things for our country. I'd like the member to share that with me. Yeah, give me some sugar in your answer.
A very short answer from the honourable member for St. Albert.
Well, Madam Speaker, given that I only have a short period of time with respect to aluminum, that the member made reference to, it's with respect to parts from aluminum. And so at the end of the day, sources from countries such as China can be dumped into Canada, into the North American market by Mexico. The agreement falls far short in terms of our aluminum producers.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We in the Bloc Québécois have always been in favour of free trade. A free market allows for growth that wouldn't be possible in a closed market. Quebec has to be able to engage in free trade in order to foster the development of all its economic sectors. For example, after the previous free trade agreement was implemented, exports in fresh fruit and vegetables to Mexico and the United States increased by over 300%. So it is essential to protect that access. Under CUSMA, our businesses will still have access to the United States, and there will be a positive impact on various sectors. We're very aware of that. However, let's look at the winning sectors. For example, grain and cereals. There's a good definition of it in the agreement, and my colleague spoke about the investor state provision that was eliminated. This is also a gain. Many organizations are asking for quick ratification. However, there are some sectors that do not benefit under the agreement. Others very little and others not at all. And we have a vast territory. We have to make sure that all sectors are protected. And I'm particularly concerned about supply management. It's a pillar in our regions. The Bloc works constructively. We've always worked to find solutions. We did that for aluminum. And we need to do the same for supply managed sectors. And we need to look at when this will be ratified. Madam Speaker, under this agreement, Canada agreed to limit its exports to other countries. That is unprecedented. We're talking about dairy products, for example, and I think other people in this House are starting to realize this. So, for example, milk proteins, milk solids, our exports will be limited. This represents about 110 million tons in 2019. So the Trump administration succeeded in limiting our exports to 35,000 tons in the second year, and that is unbelievable. So we're losing 3.9% already in the milk sector, but all areas of production are going to suffer. You know, producers have been able to export milk solids to other countries in the past, but they'll no longer be able to do that, and something is going to have to be done. First, we have to make sure, though, that the agreement is ratified after May 1st. If it's ratified in April, then the agreement will enter into effect in July. If it's ratified in May, then the agreement will come into effect in August. And that makes a huge difference, Madam Speaker, because the dairy production year begins on August 1st. If we have an agreement that starts on July 1st, that means that the first year they'll only have 1 month to export their 55,000 tons. So we have to make sure that this is done properly. I'm not talking about delaying the ratification of CUSMA much later. What we need to make sure is that it's implemented after the 1st of August to limit any losses.
As you know, the Bloc Québécois can be very creative. We'll have to find a solution to this unacceptable provision. In the news recently, we were pleased to see that dairy farmers are starting to be compensated. We're glad to see it. Even producers, we're glad to see it, although they are proud to simply be able to provide for the public. Now, when it comes to supply management, I'm talking about chicken, eggs, turkey. People who represent those organizations worked in good faith, were very patient, sat down with government representatives, and presented their numbers. They came to an agreement about the compensation necessary last April. And it's March now. It's going to be almost a year. And since then, nothing. Not one signal. A few meetings during the summer, during July and August, maybe the Liberals wanted to make an announcement for the election campaign. Of course, that helps, but it led to nothing. What's holding this file up? People in these industries, unlike dairy industry, are asking for a compensation in innovation and modernization programs for their infrastructures. There's also an opportunity to have a promotional campaign, provide financial support for that type of campaign. And based on the categories that I enumerated earlier, that's going to vary. I have a question for this House. Is it the Government of Canada that's going to know what the needs of every single industry will be? Or is it not? The people who actually work in that industry are the ones who should have the right to express what they want. What are their needs? We need to know what, in their opinion, will ensure the sustainability and the competitiveness of their industry. I think asking the question is to answer it. I think it's up to the people in the industry to decide. People in the industry, here in the Bloc, we don't understand why things aren't moving forward. The budget is coming soon, and we'd like to see some numbers. We've been asking for numbers. We want hard data because compensation was promised for all of the supply-managed sectors. Dairy producers are 1 out of 5, so we're missing 4 if you know how to count. There's 4 that are missing, and we're waiting. And we want answers. We want answers, and we want answers that respect the needs of people in the industry, and we want answers that are going to represent losses that will be the equivalent of what the dairy sector received. And in the questions and comments section, I'm hoping that maybe members of the Liberal Party can enlighten me, because there are people who are waiting, who are afraid. I was talking with my distinguished colleague Frigeriette, and I will say that we all want answers. So today I am asking for answers. Ultimately, when we've obtained compensation, we'll have to think collectively about what is the importance of these supply-managed sectors for the economy, for using our land. We need to understand the impact of not only those farms when we talk about supply management, which is a protected market that allows us to have high-quality products, stable revenue, and food security. We also have to think about the other impacts. The industries that provide goods to those farmers. There are people in the supply managed sectors who talked to me about this situation, and they said, you know, Mr. Perron, people think that we're privileged, but in the end, that everyone that we buy from and everyone who sells our products, well, we're paying their rents. We're bringing stability to the economy. And we're also offering food stability, food safety, or rather food security. If we start letting the system go, and I'm already seeing it happen, dairy producers are seeing 18% of the market after the implementation of the dairy market that's going to be opened to international imports. If that's a closed market, I'd love to know what an open market is. I think that these people have done their fair share. And I think it is more than time to protect this sector through legislation. Because currently, we're happy to have promises from people in the government who say, rest assured, we are not going to give in. We're not going to give up in the face of Mercosur or Brexit. But we've already seen those kinds of promises in the past. It's a shame, but when people give their word, sometimes trust just isn't there. And in the following years, people ask for more guarantees. Guarantees that were promised verbally, well, sometimes they don't follow through. We want things on paper. And what's on paper? Laws. Laws that protects the supply-managed sectors. Legislation submitted by my colleague and myself to protect our sector. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my friend across the way. Whether it's the dairy industry in my home province of Manitoba or the dairy industry in Quebec or anywhere else in Canada, I think that we all have a responsibility to ensure the health and well-being. I understand and appreciate just how important supply management is, and I'm very proud of the fact that this trade agreement virtually guarantees supply management well into the future generations. And I think whether you're a dairy farmer or others that are impacted by the supply management chain, that you'll see this as a positive. We need to remember President Trump wanted to dismantle Canada's supply management. For many years, that's what was being advocated. Yes, there are some concerns, and we have said and recognized that we are going to be looking very closely in terms of the impact, and there will be compensation. But let's not promote any sort of misinformation to try to give the impression that supply management in the long term is going to be detrimented by this particular agreement. We are, in fact, guaranteeing its long-term survival. Would the member not agree that that is something that's in the best interest of all Canadians by having that guarantee its future?
The Honourable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his answer. I'm very happy to hear what he had to say. I'll try to keep the clip for that, because essentially what I've just heard is that supply management sector is essential for assuring sustainability. I'm sure he'll support protection through legislation, because currently there's no legislative protection with successive governments. We're often told that Trump wanted to take everything away. We're well aware of that. That's why we say now we have to protect it through legislation. Talking about compensation is fine, but something needs to be announced because there's 4 sectors who are waiting for answers. And when we talk about information, I don't know if my colleague has the chance to answer me, but what about the information to be announced? We need numbers. There's no information in the last announcement.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for his speech. One of the things that Quebec has is one of the biggest producers in North America on aluminum, and they got an excellent, well-paid workforce there. They don't have the same protections under the aluminum strategy as they did with the steelwork industry. So I'm asking them, are you afraid or do you have fear, because the rules are so vague on the aluminum industry, that there's going to be massive job loss in Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very relevant question. Yes, indeed. That's why we insisted so much about the issue of aluminum. When the Bloc Québécois raised the issue of aluminum in the House, almost unanimously, people said to us, "You're out in left field. You're insisting on something that doesn't exist." The problem that we found, we had to go explain it to people in the government because they hadn't understood what they had signed. So it would be really fun next time if there was somebody carefully reviewing those clauses the next time they sign a contract. So we did insist on that. And the commitments we obtained from the government, it was the most that we could get. Of course, we're going to remain vigilant for that to be fully respected and implemented.
L'honorable député Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question raised by my colleague and member for a neighbouring riding, when it comes to the representative of the government who said what he said a few minutes ago, I heard that we could not get better protections than what's been negotiated in the new NAFTA for supply management. I would ask if the fact of opening an additional breach with every single agreement, I will remind everyone that the last 3 agreements led to breaches, and now we have a breach of 18% in dairy. In his opinion, is this the best way of protecting supply management, and what could be done otherwise? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé, a brief response. I'll try to answer. It's a great question from my highly considered colleague. I think we need to look at what our Liberal colleague said when it comes to supply management, and I'm extending a great deal of good faith here. Supply management was threatened and they did what they could. Now, I think that unanimously, we should agree that supply managed production needs to be protected through legislation. And we'll give you the opportunity to do it and to prove to all farmers in your ridings that you're going to defend them for real.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Mission, Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, Conservatives are the party of free trade and free markets. We recognize the importance of the U.S. and Mexican markets for Canadian exporters, and that is why the Conservatives have been clear that we will support the swift passage of the new NAFTA deal. And while a deal is better than no deal, Canadian industries are bracing for the impact of the changes to come. Ironically enough, this Liberal government's economic impact report compares CUSMA to not having a NAFTA deal at all. This is baffling, since almost any trade deal, no matter how lopsided, would have been better than having nothing at all. But the C.D. Howe Institute discovered that CUSMA will reduce Canada's GDP by $14.2 billion. Their recent report found that after the implementation of CUSMA, Canada's exports to the U.S. will fall by $3.2 billion, while our imports from the U.S. will increase by $8.6 billion, with the worst impacts being felt in our agriculture and dairy sectors. I've heard from many farmers in my riding who operate businesses in supply-managed industries, and they feel this Liberal government has literally sold the family farm. Conservatives are committed to Canada's supply management system, but the Liberal government's weak leadership and ineffective negotiation tactics have continued to erode the system's integrity. Concessions have been made to the U.S. without receiving anything meaningful in return, and stakeholders are speaking up. Last week, I had the opportunity to meet with the turkey farmers of British Columbia. They indicate that the market access concessions made as a result of CUSMA are going to hurt turkey farm families across the country. Not only that, this change will greatly hinder Canadian consumers' access to locally farmed products. What does this impact look like? Well, under CUSMA, the market access commitment calculation for turkey will be modified to a 29% increase in new market access for the U.S. into Canada. It will allow the U.S. to export an additional 1,000 metric tons of turkey products each year for the next 10 years, above current access levels, with potentially more in the future. Canadian dairy farmers and processors are also set to lose market access to the Americans. Before the parliamentary committee, the Dairy Processors Association of Canada shared that at full implementation, the access granted under CUSMA, in addition to the existing concessions from other agreements, namely CETA and CPTPP, represent about 18% of the Canadian market. When considering the latest three trade agreements, Canadian dairy processors will lose $320 million per year. On top of the market access concessions, CUSMA includes a concerning and unprecedented clause that imposes export caps on worldwide Canadian shipments of milk powder, skim milk powder, milk proteins, concentrates, and protein concentrates and infant formula, For example, for skim milk powder and milk protein concentrates, a cap of 55,000 tons will be imposed for the first year and 35,000 tons for the second year. The Canadian Federation of Agriculture is also sounding the alarm. In addition to the market access concessions, supply managed industries are anxiously awaiting for government to fulfill its commitment to quickly and fully mitigate the impacts of these trade agreements, action that is necessary, though I might add, insulting to many of my constituents who work in these industries. Before the same committee, Mr. Dykstra, a New Brunswick dairy farmer, stated, and I quote, "I now want to touch on the compensation package promised and partly delivered for CETA and CPTPP. I haven't heard anything about the remaining years and how it will be paid out. That in itself concerns me. The compensation package is bittersweet. Most farmers, including me, received a payment in December of last year's for those previous trade agreement concessions. As far as I am aware, no concrete timeline has been set for the next payments. We as dairy farmers have always prided ourselves on getting all our money from the marketplace. This is how the system is supposed to work. This is how it did work. The government trading away excess and then offering compensation is not what we want," end quote. In addition to the previously mentioned market access concessions, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture has raised two other issues causing serious industry concern. The Liberals have relinquished Canadian sovereignty on critical internal policy development and export control functions. CUSMA commits Canada to consult with the United States before making changes to Canadian dairy policies. This should have never been surrendered. Second, as mentioned previously, this Liberal government also agreed to cap dairy sector exports of milk protein concentrates, skim milk and infant formula to CUSMA, as well as non-CUSMA countries, and approved export charge on exports over the cap. This is disturbing on several fronts. Canada has long argued against the use of export tariffs to regulate trade. It also sets a dangerous precedent by allowing a regional trade agreement and a party in that agreement to control trade of another party to countries outside of that agreement. This is why the Conservative Party is standing up for these Canadian businesses and calling on the Deputy Prime Minister and this Liberal government to respectfully amend the agreement. Export thresholds for milk protein concentrates, skim milk powder, and infant formula should be subject only to trade between the CUSMA signatories and not the other countries not party to the agreement. I'll give a real-world example from a company that in my riding employs hundreds of people, Vitalis Nutrition, whose CEO, Phil Vanderpool, presented to the Trade Committee. Vitalis processes milk supplied by Canadian farmers into high-quality cream and butter, milk protein concentrates, and milk protein isolates that have superior quality, nutritional value, and functionality. They planned anticipated demand, and up to this point, we're capitalizing on the growth in the global market for nutritional value-added dairy ingredients. The federal government, or at least Western Economic Diversification and Agriculture Canada, recognized Vitalis' economic promise and even invested significant funds into the company in the previous parliament. Now, however, that same federal government is pulling the rug out from under the company and, ironically, its own previous investments. The Liberal government has managed, in this case, to simultaneously shrink the opportunity for Canadian dairy producers in the Fraser Valley while limiting their ability to grow by exporting. Turning to forestry, Canada's forestry industry is also disappointed in the Liberal government's inability to protect their sector, since CUSMA does not prevent the United States from applying anti-dumping and countervailing duties to the Canadian softwood lumber. Yes, Canadian forest product producers want a speedy ratification of CUSMA, even though it will provide no relief for their uncertainty. They want this in the hope that the federal government will then start providing their industry the attention it requires. Businesses are going under, families are hurting, and more than 20,000 forestry workers have suffered layoffs. This Liberal government must take immediate action to solve the softwood lumber dispute. It is unconscionable a sector so significant was not part of the agreement. I don't have time to address all of the shortcomings I've outlined that are in this new trade agreement, but I would note that I would have liked to have seen the list of professionals admitted under temporary entry for business persons to be expanded to include the jobs of the 21st century. I think there's a lot of problematic issues regarding the rules of origin for automobiles and the new quotas in place, and Buy America was not addressed. And finally, when I was a graduate student, I participated in the North American Forum for Young Leaders in North America, and I had the opportunity to work with American and Mexican students at some of the top universities on our continent. And on a personal note, I think that we have so much untapped potential between our three countries, and I look forward during my lifetime to seeing labor mobility provisions changed, of course with strict immigration protocols, to meet that untapped potential that we have with our trading partners. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that the new NAFTA deal put forward for ratification by this government is overall a disappointment, primarily because I do represent the supply managed industries in Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. It leaves Canadians worse off than they were under the prior agreement and relinquishes our sovereignty. Our economy does depend on free trade, but we need a federal government that signs agreements for the benefit of Canadians, and it seems in this case that Canadians were sold out on so many fronts. We need ministers like my old boss, the member from Abbotsford, at the helm of international trade. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Hamilton said, Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened to the member's intervention today, and I've heard him and a number of Conservatives say we are the party of free trade. But please, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, this is not the Conservative Party of Brian Mulroney and Flora MacDonald. This is, you know, a much different operation. They may have hijacked the name and the brand, but it's certainly not the same party that the Progressive Conservative Party had in the 1980s and 90s when this deal was contemplated and came along. I will just touch on the member's comments as it relates to this deal not being a good enough deal. The reality of the situation is what we saw from the Conservatives previously was continuously telling the government a year and a half ago to take any deal. This member says that it's not fair to compare this deal to no deal, but the reality of the situation is Donald Trump had made it clear he wanted out of NAFTA unless a new deal was created. So, to try to compare it to the old deal, well, that's just not a reality because we knew that the old deal was off the table. So rather than, capitulating to Donald Trump, the position was let's find a deal for Canada and in the process make it a better deal. And that's what we ended up getting here. We took care of a lot of issues that we have experienced before, and I hope this member would recognize that is the reality.
Honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to remind the honourable member from Kingston a moment in the last Parliament when the Deputy Prime Minister called over the member from Abbotsford and congratulated the member, embraced the member in this House to thank that member for the excellent work he had done on the free trade agreement with the European Union. That doesn't happen every single day, and that's because of the amazing work the previous Conservative government did to support free trade in Canada. Turning to this deal again, all of my constituents unanimously who have raised concerns about the new NAFTA agreement have been vehemently opposed to it. There's so many young farmers, the dairy producers, who were just in Ottawa a few weeks ago, who said that they feel the government of Canada sold them out, that for the first time they're taking a paycheck from the government when they prided themselves and their families prided themselves on maintaining the supply management system, and that was lost in a big way under this agreement. And finally, I will make no bones about challenging agreement that erodes Canadian sovereignty, that demands that the government of Canada share our policies on dairy production with a foreign government. That is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech, which shed great light on supply management, particularly in terms of dairy products. I see that his opinion is somewhat the same as the Bloc's position, and I'd like to congratulate him for that. He also mentioned, what surprised me greatly, turkey producers. Can he tell us more about the impacts on that sector because of CUSMA?
For Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for her question.
I'd like to say turkey producers in my riding, I'm not quite there on feeling comfortable answering a question in French yet, but I will get there. I was at the BC Poultry AGM last week, and in Canada, unfortunately, right now, we're consuming less and less turkey. Turkey producers across Canada have launched a new campaign to share the benefits of turkey meat in times outside of our Thanksgiving holidays. So the concessions that turkey producers had to make is like a double whammy for them because they've already seen a decrease in their quota allotments over the last number of years. So they're especially feeling the impacts of CUSMA more than other supply managed sectors. Thank you so much for your question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a great pleasure to rise today to discuss this legislation to ratify the new NAFTA, and this is the third reading. And I'm happy things are going forward, but I don't want it to go too quickly. We have to take the time to properly study this bill and to debate it. Obviously, the Bloc Québécois' job is to represent Quebec's and Quebecers' interests, and we're here for that. Of course, the interests of people in Quebec means that we're in favor of trade deals. We need it. Quebec is a small, open economy. We have a large territory, but we have about 8 million people, and we have to trade with the rest of our country and the world. We're specialized in the aeronautics sector. We're specialized in artificial intelligence, IT. In the regions, we're proud of our producers and our farmers in forestry, for example, and we can trade. So we're in favor of trade deals. Of course, there's never a perfect deal. NAFTA wasn't perfect, but did we really need a new NAFTA to replace the old one? Of course, the U.S. was requiring this, and I would say this is a rather good agreement for the Canadian economy in general. For example, the automotive industry. They came out rather good in this deal. But what disappoints me with this deal, and with the latest deals Canada has negotiated, well, of course, most of the population has to benefit from such deals, and most Canadians have to, but there are always losers. And I'm wondering why it's always Quebec's sectors, key sectors, that are given as concessions. In this particular deal, we saw that concessions were made to supply management, and we also saw this with the CPTPP. Quebec is far from the Pacific Ocean, and it's a large portion of Quebec's economy was given up in this deal as well. When Canada negotiates, when it has to give something up in exchange, well, they'd like to protect Quebec's interests, but they often sacrifice part of Quebec's economy. When China entered a previous agreement, it killed our textile industry. And the government did nothing to support this sector. And we saw many workers that were specialized in the textile industry, people who had had that job for their entire lives, and now were out of a job. For example, the United States supported its textile industry, and they have more jobs there. For shipyards, in the CETA agreement, we saw the closure of many shipyards without any support offered. And that's very disappointing. However, we decided, well, even though this is not a perfect deal, for example, the forest industry in Quebec was completely re-examined to ensure that the U.S. subsidies wouldn't get involved and we'd be able to trade properly with the U.S. in the forestry sector and softwood lumber. The new agreement, however, did not solve the softwood lumber issues, and the conflict drags on, and this has slowed down this market, and many companies are on the brink of bankruptcy, and this wasn't included in the deal. And I deplore the fact that the Prime Minister never rose to defend the Quebec forestry industry, and our industry pays more money for wood, and they're taxed at the border as well. So what do we do to solve this? Well, on the federal level, they didn't do their job, and our industry has had to pay the price, and that's deplorable. A year ago, given all of this, we said we would put two conditions for our support of the new NAFTA. First, full compensation for agriculture and supply management. We asked unanimous support from the House for this before the ratification. I'd like to thank you for that. Obviously, we heard that the previous member for Beauce wanted to get rid of supply management, but the rest of the House was unanimous. He had to step aside. But when we saw the support was in place, we said, okay, that's a good thing. We'll be able to support the new NAFTA. Half of the job was done. And then there was illegal taxes on steel and aluminum. My colleague from Pierre Boucher obviously is affected by this industry, but our aluminum sector was at the heart of our concerns here. 70% of Canada's aluminum comes from Quebec, and for quite some time, we've traded with our U.S. partners, and this is quite historical trade. So I went to Washington. I reported in the newspapers there. I had held many meetings, and we were able to eliminate that point as well. So on last December 10th, Mexico and the United States signed the deal, and we said we're going to move forward in the House with this. The Liberals were boasting they had a great deal, but we saw the final version, and what do we see there? Another surprise. Quebec's economy was sacrificed. There wasn't the same protection for steel in Ontario as there was for aluminum in Quebec. So there was a last-minute gift that was slipped in there, a little surprise. Quebec's economy was not offered the same protection as industry in Ontario, and that was unacceptable. Mexico and the U.S. ratified the agreement, but then it was hard to change this. There was a lot of pressure from the government and from various other stakeholders saying we had to sign. So we couldn't change the agreement afterwards, and my honourable colleagues mobilized in the region with municipal officials and workers there and with unions and companies, and they said, no, we can't let this go. We have to take action. We have to do something. And then they said, no, sign, because for the rest of the economy, everything's good. Forget the losers of this deal, like the aluminum sector. We said, no, we have to fight. We're going to defend this industry. We have to do something. But with this great mobilization that took place, I have to say, there was great cooperation between the Deputy Prime Minister and us. We were able to make great strides. There were some last-minute changes to NAFTA. And there is good protection for steel, for car parts, and 70% of these parts have to be made with steel from North America. But there was the smelted and poured clause in the deal. But for aluminum, some of the parts could be made in Mexico or even with aluminum from China that's coal-fired. But in Quebec, we have the greenest and the most ecological aluminum in the world. So in Mexico, they just transform Chinese aluminum and they make it North American. Chinese aluminum practices illegal dumping, and that's unacceptable. So we were able to obtain a commitment from the government that Mexico would have the same traceability measures in place that we have in Canada, so that we can realize what aluminum came from China, what the components came from China, and if there's an issue, we'll be able to call on the smelted and poured clause. So I understood that the Americans agreed to this, and they're going to ensure that there are traceability measures in place so that we make sure we don't have dumping of Chinese aluminum in Mexico. My time's running out. Madam Speaker, thank you. Questions and comments?
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments, and I really appreciate the fact that the Bloc decided to ultimately support the legislation, which then makes it unanimous amongst the parties, Madam Speaker. And the province of Quebec and Manitoba have a lot in common. We can talk about the textile industry and some of the things that to the detriment of the textile industry a number of years ago. Supply management, our garment industries, our aerospace industry, how much we love and want to protect our culture and arts. Many of this stuff is, in fact, protected within the trade agreement. And so I say to my friend that, when you have these types of negotiations, as I'm sure my colleague would recognize, there is give and take. And I made reference to some of that give and take in the last presenter from the Bloc. And that was, when we take a look at the supply management, Madam Speaker, there was the President Trump was determined to dismantle it. Here, at least, we've now guaranteed it into future generations. I see that as a positive thing for the dairy farmers and others in the province of Manitoba, as I do for the province of Quebec. I wonder if he could provide his thoughts in terms of that particular guarantee.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention, and I do acknowledge that in the past there has been strong ties between Manitoba and Quebec in terms of culture. Louis Riel, well, when we heard about the sad events that happened, there was great support in Quebec, and French was predominant in Manitoba at that time. And in Manitoba, they said that we have to continue to properly defend our culture, and that's a given. But Donald Trump obviously wanted to dismantle supply management fully, and a concession was made. But for us, this concession was too much, because this is the third time in a third trade deal that we've done this. This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. The U.S. agricultural sector is protected. For sugarcane, for example, they didn't make any concessions on sugar, the U.S. Thank you. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. He talked about the aluminum sector, which is also a great concern. The Conservatives also defend it, but I think it's unfortunate that the Bloc was quite naive, is being quite naive. Unfortunately, there's a desired will expressed by the Deputy Prime Minister to maybe defend our aluminum sector, but unfortunately, these negotiations did not take place. They're upcoming, and the Bloc seems to believe them at their word. It believes their promises, and the parliamentary secretary talked about give and take. What's the give and take in this story, Madam Speaker? The honourable member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, I think that's rather cheeky to hear that from my Conservative colleague, because their party voted at second reading for the new NAFTA, even though we didn't even have that protection in place at the time. So that's the first point. Second, I would ask my colleague to let me speak, and then he'll have his turn to talk. All elected officials, union officials, and workers were happy in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region. They're very happy because we were able to seek protection, and the fact that we were able to shed light on the Chinese aluminum practices, saying that that would be illegal, and we ensured that there were measures in place to trace what's going into Mexico, as we do in Canada. That sends a signal in the right direction, and I would like my colleague to let me speak and to stop interrupting me, please. So the U.S. and the U.S. government agreed as well and said that they also want to ensure traceability of aluminum entering Mexico. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to the next speaker, I'd
like to remind the members that when someone has the floor, we have to show them respect and allow them to provide their answer. That's something you want people to do for you, so offer it to other people as well. If there are no other questions, I would ask that person to wait for their next turn when I ask for questions and comments.
We're resuming debate. The honourable member for Markham-Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I come from the private sector. I'm really glad to speak on this very important subject here. For Canadian businesses, when it comes to finding customers, Chicago and Toronto are separated by 800 kilometers. Vancouver and Toronto are separated by 4,000 kilometers. For business in Vancouver, customers in Seattle are much closer than even customers in Calgary. To put it into this perspective, 66% of Canadians live within the 100 kilometers of the borders. It is closer to ship to the south. Geographically is a part of it, but over 325 million potential customers is a powerful reason for businesses to look south before they look east or west. For any growing Canadian companies, it is just a matter of time before they look to expand south. Business is just one part of this equation. Customers in the United States demand Canadian products, and Canadian demand American products. In terms of trade, no relationship compared to Canada and the United States. Let me give you some figures. 75% of the Canada's trade is done with the United States. $2 billion worth of goods cross the border every day. Madam Speaker, just because trade is mutually beneficial does not mean it is easy. Trade can be complex with different regulations, safety concerns, and the government help to the industry in different countries. Free trade is never free of rules. That is why agreement need to be reached. When Canada and the United States began to trade, we did piecemeal until 1992. That is when Canada, led by Prime Minister Brian Mulroney and the Progressive Conservative Party, signed a North American Free Trade Agreement that created the world's largest economy trading zone. That agreement was the overwhelmingly success in growing our trade in both the United States and Mexico. Deputy Prime Minister put it into perspective when she said today, Canada, the United States and Mexico account for the nearly 1/3 of the global GDP, despite having just 7% of the global population. The clear benefit of NAFTA helped establish free trade as a foundation of Canadian conservatism, foundation that former Prime Minister Harper built on by signing trade agreements with South Korea, Jordan, and Colombia, among others. Let me remind everyone that the new European Union trade deal was negotiated almost entirely under the previous government. Simply put, conservatives understand that. Madam Speaker, I am here to discuss the next stage of our trade relationship with the United States and Mexico, the Canadian-United States-Mexico Agreement that is called CUSMA, also known as the new NAFTA. We all know how we got here. President Donald Trump promised America a better deal with the trade on the campaign trail. Millions of Americans were concerned that jobs were flown south to Mexico because of low wages, little regulations, and few rights for workers. President Donald Trump told them they were right. On election night, many analysts pointed to these remarks as the reason for President Trump was able to carry Rust Belt states that delivered him the presidency. Unfortunately, for Canadians, as soon as President Trump was elected, it became clear that call for New Deal were more than just hot air. Renegotiating NAFTA was primary goal for his presidency. That meant Canada would be back at the negotiating table. The talk around the negotiating table was not comforting. Statements made by Canadian government made it look like they did not take the situation seriously. The Prime Minister threw personal attacks at the President Trump, which showed an interest in scoring political points rather than securing a good deal for Canadians. On the other side, statements by the President about Canada were often not true. At times, it seemed as if Canada was an afterthought as President Trump focused on Mexico. The good news is that the deal is done. After years of uncertainty, businesses can once again begin investing in Canada. Investors can be sure that trucks, ships, and planes carrying goods between the United States, Canada, and Mexico will not grind to halt due to the repeal of NAFTA. Many businesses and industries as a whole have made it clear that they want this deal signed, and they want to sign it soon. Premiers across the country have also added their voice to that message. Madam Speaker, I have already made it clear that Conservative Party support free trade. We understood that billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of jobs, if not millions, were at stake. We wanted the best deal possible for Canadians. As my colleagues from Prince Albert put it, we wanted a good deal that would last for next 50 years. But that is not what we got. Instead, Canadians have a deal with new red tape, other barriers that hurt Canadian businesses, a deal that ignores ongoing problems and mutually beneficial economic opportunities. The barrier I find most disturbing involves trade deal with other nations. Under the CUSMA, if Canadian continues to expand its free trade deal, it has to seek permission from the United States. This overreach into Canadian sovereignty is hard pill to swallow. Canada should be free to pursue its trade interests with anyone. The question of American oversight also made its ways into the rules about dairy product. Canada gave up 3% of market to American supplies in a deal, but the concession did not end there. Milk protein exports are now something the United States government has say over. The Canadian government also negotiated away milk class 6 and 7. Will all these drastic changes, it should not be surprised that the dairy industry will need help. That help will most likely come from the subsidies or payout that Canadian will be on the hook for. The new rules around the aluminum have also raised concern. Canada is a massive producer of aluminum. Globally, we are the 4th largest producers in the world. When CUSMA was being negotiated, it was clear we had to protect our market share in the United States, which according to the Financial Post is just overproduction but do nothing for aluminum. As I mentioned before, one of the problems with this deal is issues that were ignored. The issue that comes to the top of my mind by American policies. We failed to get rules in CUSMA that would stop the unfair boxing out of Canadian companies from government contracts in the United States. Mexico were able to strike a deal. As for the lingering softwood lumber industry dispute, it has ignored and left the hands on the World Trade Organization, an organization that has struggled to make any progress in the issue at all. In terms of opportunities lost, glaring examples was not included more professions under the Section 16 that would have made it easier for the companies to bring in high demand, low supplies professionals that they need to grow their businesses. Madam Speaker, instead of 50 years of certainty, the new NAFTA gives 16 of years we are back at the negotiating table. That is, if we can make it past the 6 years formal review of the CUSMA. While there are many flaws in the very flaws, the deal is better than no deal. We needed to focus on the next steps. The agreement has put many industries at risk. There need to be discussion on how Canada is going to ensure CUSMA is not crippling blow for them. Unfortunately, that means Canadian taxpayers are once again facing new costs because of the poor decision by the Liberal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've had the opportunity to listen to a number of Conservatives speak, and one of the things that has become quite obvious is that there is a Conservative spin that no matter what it is that would have been achieved, that the Conservatives would have been highly critical of it, when I ultimately believe that we did get a good deal. And that's one of the reasons why we've received the type of support we have throughout the nation. One of the things that the Conservatives continue to bring up is the issue of the C.D. Howe Institute, where they'll say, for example, that Canada's GDP has gone down, so they draw the conclusion that it's a bad deal. What they don't make reference to, Madam Speaker, is that it actually affects the USA and Mexico GDP. All three go down. And the reason why, in part, Madam Speaker, is because of the issues surrounding protecting our automobile industry. My question to my colleague across the way is, does he not believe that it is worthwhile to protect our automobile industry here in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the good question. When we talk about the industry, the negotiating, all the stuff, this deal was negotiated by the Mexico, and with Prime Minister calling President some names, President calling vice versa, that did not help. The deal was negotiated between Mexico and United States. Right. We signed it. At the end of the day, we have no choice. There were many flaws. As I said earlier, I come from the private sector. I believe in the private enterprise. And the many, many deals, this including dairy products, softwood industry, this including aluminum industry, there are many, many other industries that suffered with this new deal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend. He had mentioned earlier about how or some of the issues of this deal, but I've heard from many major stakeholders, from the steel industry, from the President of the Canadian Labour Congress, from the President of Unifor, that though they're not really entirely happy with this deal, they're kind of disappointed, but they feel it's a much better deal than the original deal. Does he agree with those comments?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for my honourable friend for the question. Back in 1992, if my memory is correct, when the NAFTA was created, and most of the unions and many, many other people said this is a bad deal. It would never happen. It will take jobs, many, many other things. But at the end of the day, that was one of the best things Conservatives did back in 1992. But this deal, today's deal, as I mentioned, there are many, many flaws. I wish they had asked one of our MP from Abbotsford for his advice, who negotiated with the European Union, among many other countries. We could have given them free advice at no cost, but the original NAFTA was the best deal possible for us.
For a brief question,
the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. But I've noticed, generally speaking, this afternoon, in listening to the Conservatives, that they seem to be willfully blind to the idea of protecting aluminum. It seems to be difficult to understand why, on their part, why we have been working so hard, our leader and my colleagues, along with the Deputy Prime Minister, on obtaining traceability for aluminum. Because what that means is that we're managing to protect the greenest aluminum in the world, thanks to the work of the Bloc Québécois. We'll see what happens. Obviously, time will tell. But my question is this. As you know, 3% of supply-managed sectors have been given up. And there were already concessions made in the past. Now there's talk of compensation. Could my colleague talk about that compensation? How much does he feel 3% of a supply-managed dairy sector is worth? How much should dairy producers be given over the next few years?
For Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This question. Yes, I agree with you. Quebec produced the greenest aluminum. That was left behind because the deal was not negotiated with Canada. The deal was negotiated with Mexico. And we end up signing the deal for the sake of signing deal. And the reason we agree with this thing, as I said, I come from the private sector. We rather have this deal rather than no deal. But deal was not negotiated with the President Trump with a good faith, and we took it what he gave us at the end of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I also want to remind the member that he's addressed all his comments and questions to the chair because he started his intervention by addressing it directly to the member. Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise again in the House to speak to Bill C4 and, obviously, you'll understand why, to aluminum as well. I'd like to begin by thanking the many elected officials, including Marc Asselin, the Mayor of Alma, and the Mayor of Saguenay, José Néron, as well as the union representatives, Sylvain Maltais and Alain Gagnon, and economic stakeholders who did everything in their power for the Bloc Québécois to support this deal. Because yes, Madam Speaker, people were expecting us to vote, but vote in favor of gains. Rather than telling us to remain silent and to vote without asking questions, they decided to work with us, which wasn't a crazy idea. It wasn't a bad idea at all, actually, because we're making full use of our power as elected officials to protect the basic interests of Quebec, to make sure its regions were preserved without criticizing, without proposing anything. Not opposing the deal just to be against it. It was perhaps a long shot in December, but we knew that we had to do our work. The House had become used to oppositions just opposing for the sake of opposing, but we needed to believe that gains were possible. And so I'm going to review the steps that led me to finally say that I will vote in favor of Bill C-4. It's worth it, because I'm thinking mainly about the people who are listening and who are wondering what happened between the loss of protection for aluminum 2 days before CUSMA was going to be ratified and today. First, on December 10th, we learned that there was no protection for aluminum, as my colleague referred to earlier on, my colleague from Joliette. The government turned its back on the aluminum sector, even though it's Quebec's second largest export. This deal would be closed for 10 years on this matter. For us and for many stakeholders in the area of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, the North Shore, or Quebec Centre, this was a catastrophe. On December 12th, we clearly stated our intentions that we would not vote for the agreement without aluminum obtaining the same protection as for steel. Even the Member of Parliament, Chicoutimi-Lefior, stood with us and planned to vote against it, or was considering to. He even published a press release with us that said more or less that there are good positive points in the agreement, but it is unacceptable that there be no protection for aluminum. He said, "The people I represent will always be put first. The aluminum industry has been disrespected." He said, "I am seriously considering voting against this agreement unless gains are made to secure our position on the North American market." That wasn't all that long ago. I imagine he trusted us for what came next, because the following week, on December 19th, we gathered together without him, along with many unions, entrepreneurs, municipal and provincial elected officials from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. This was more people than those who turned out for LNG, Madam Speaker. Aluminum is an important industry for our regions and has been so for more than 100 years. For people in my region and all over Quebec, this is the greenest aluminum on the planet.
At the beginning of all this, the Bloc Québécois was the only party to say that aluminum hadn't received the same protection as steel. It's funny. Steel is an industry that's located primarily in Ontario, and aluminum, yes, Madam Speaker, as you know, is an industry that's almost entirely located in Quebec. 90% of Canadian aluminum is produced in Quebec, 60% of it in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. Is that surprising? Not really. We started getting used to Quebec being currency to be exchanged in international treaties to benefit the auto industry in Ontario and oil in the West. We were the only ones saying it. The Liberals kept coming out with the same convoluted communication lines. And then, by repeating it and proving our point in this House through debate, the NDP decided to support our arguments, then the Conservatives, but the Liberals kept denying reality. Unlike our colleagues from other opposition parties, we could not abandon our workers in the aluminum industry. It was just unthinkable for us to do that. Maybe I've already said it, but I stuck a Post-it on my nightstand. There's a message written on that Post-it, and on it it says, "Who do you work for?" And so every day, every morning when I woke up, that's what I would see. Who do I work for? And the answer to that question, I work for my people. I work for my fellow citizens. I work for the people of Lac-Saint-Jean and for the people in all of Quebec. What to do with this state of things? Some said we were alone. But that's without counting on the courage, the strength, and the heart of people back home. They mobilized. We supported them politically and technically. We weren't alone. They weren't alone anymore. They all came here to Ottawa at the end of January to communicate their concerns, and they had a study in hand. Elected officials, workers, and economic players from our regions came here to tell us about their concerns, but with a study in hand. And that study said that 30,000 jobs would be threatened if the expansion phases weren't realized. That's $6.2 billion of investment at risk. That's $1 billion of spin-offs for years, for 10 years, that would be annihilated if the agreement wasn't changed. If we couldn't come to a real solution, a real proposal to ensure that aluminum protection would be improved. How to sit on the sidelines and do nothing in the face of these astronomical numbers. It's the vitality of our regions and that of Quebec that we're talking about, of our families, of our kids. So what did? We stood up. We didn't just criticize. That's not what we're about. We proposed a solution. In the beginning, no one on the other side wanted to hear what we had to say. But life is such that only fools don't change their minds. And I'll give them that. The Liberals finally listened to reason, and I thank them for it. They agreed to negotiate. Finally, we came to an agreement. At the end of the line, certain of my honorable colleagues were able to set partisanship aside and put the interests of the people that we represent first. There's a lot of things that separate us here. For instance, Madam Speaker, you won't be surprised to hear that I truly believe with all my heart that Quebec should be its own country as quickly as possible. But in spite of our obvious political differences, we were able to make gains, and now aluminum is better protected. It's the Bloc's proposal, yes, but it was accepted in Washington too, and I thank them for this work. Imagine if we had remained on the sidelines. Imagine if we had voted for the implementation of this agreement without asking for anything. If the Bloc had acted like the other parties here, aluminum workers would have been set aside. Regions of Quebec would have been abandoned. Quebec's independence would have been threatened by yet another international treaty signed by Ottawa. And so, you've been able to see the principles that guide us here at the Bloc Québécois. Above all, we've acted with our conscience, and it influenced us positively. It positively influenced the way we work in this House. It's great if other parties here take inspiration from how we act, but at the end of the line, we represent women and men, and we want to make sure they come out ahead. I'll never be able to say it enough. Who do we work for? I know who I work for. And I will let all of my honorable colleagues here answer that very question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I can at least attempt to answer the question in terms of who do I work for and represent, or the wonderful, fine residents of Winnipeg North. But I can tell you the residents of Winnipeg North believe that there is the well-being of the nation is really important to all of us, no matter what region of the country that we live in. The appreciation of the importance of Canada's middle class is of the utmost importance. Providing different types of programs, whether it's health care to public education, and the role that the national government can actually play is important. I would argue that my constituents are very similar to the constituents of all members of parliaments in all the different regions of our country. And when I look at the trade agreement as a whole, I see that the trade agreement is in the best interest of my constituents based in terms of the type of feedback that I receive from my constituents. Would the member across the way not agree that when you take a look at your constituents, and in fact this trade agreement is in fact in the best interest of his constituents like they are mine?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, Madam Speaker, if my honourable colleague had been a member for Lac-Saint-Jean like I was, he wouldn't be saying the same thing today. The people in my riding were really not pleased with this agreement because aluminum is essentially the biggest economic driver of my riding. And so I can't agree with my honourable colleague. Secondly, if we were able to improve aluminum protections in cooperation with the Liberals, it's because there was work to be done. The agreement wasn't good as it stood, as it was last December. However, we worked on improving it. People knock on my door in my riding. They come to my riding office. They say, I don't want to lose my job. I'm worried for my family. I'm worried for my kids. So obviously, I cannot agree with my honourable colleague. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my colleague for his speech. He was very eloquent in defending the interests of the people of his riding. Also, I want to tell him that in a negotiation, there's many aspects to every negotiation, including this one. Like other elected officials for Quebec at the provincial and municipal level, does he recognize that we've achieved major advancements for Quebec in this new agreement that will be signed?
Honorable député de Lac-Saint.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. There's some good things, there's some bad things, just like with any agreement. That said, I woke up one morning and I saw a newspaper article and I realized that aluminum, which is essentially the economic lungs of my region, was threatened. And so we were able to convince many people. Premier Legault said that it was unacceptable. And it's his prerogative. He wanted the agreement to be signed. But if we had simply stayed on the sidelines and not used all of the means available to us as parliamentarians, at the end of the line, we wouldn't have gotten what we got. But I do agree with my honourable colleague. There are some good things in the agreement, and we've been saying that from the beginning. However, we had to fight for our people, and we were able to do so, and I'm very proud of that.
And comments? Oui, on a le temps pour une brève question.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for...
No.
C'est Jonquière.
De Jonquière, oui, je m'excuse.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I want to seize the opportunity, since my colleague is well aware of what happened with the aluminum file. I would like him to explain how during the exchanges between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberal Party to come to an agreement, how was he able to achieve this? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean, brief answer. Madam Speaker, what happened is that we played smart. We kept the same position publicly, and by maintaining our position when it came to C4 during first and second reading, well, we also took time to negotiate with the government. We put public pressure on the government. We also negotiated privately. We recognized that the agreement was good, but we did have to make some improvements. We managed to get a commitment from the government, and I'm pleased that the Bloc Québécois was able to prove that it could do the work that it needed to.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak today on C4. Essentially, I just want to say that I'm also going to vote in favor of it. I'm pleased by the work done by my political party in a spirit of openness and cooperation. However, I think that this is a bittersweet victory. And why is that? It's because in the agreement, once again, there's an economic sector that's forgotten, and that is softwood lumber, the forestry sector, which is the poor relation of Canada's federation. It's constantly forgotten. That means I can't entirely celebrate the victory that we've achieved here. Talking with the Canadian negotiator in the context of the Natural Resources Committee meeting, he told me that if softwood lumber had not been part of CUSMA, it was because he had to concentrate on other priorities. That says a lot. He had to focus on other priorities. What are the priorities of Canada's economy? It's always been the same thing for the last 25 years. The car sector for Ontario and the oil sector for the West. Quebec, perhaps it's a power imbalance. We've got 32 members, and I get the impression that things are changing. Quebec and Quebec's economic sectors are constantly being sidelined. focus on other priorities. We have to keep insisting on negotiations about softwood lumber. I keep hearing from federalists that the fruit is not ripe enough. There's this rhetoric that the fruit is not ripe enough to deal with this issue, whereas I have the impression that the fruit of federalism is rotting on the branch. So when it comes to wood and our position in the Federation, well, I'm not just going to sit here and criticize. I'd like to come back to what the forestry represents for Quebec. Quebec's forests, if we look closely, they represent 2% of all of the forests in the entire world. They cover Sweden and Norway. That's 760,000 square kilometers. There's over 50,000 jobs that are directly connected to the forestry industry for Quebec. Today, the forestry in Quebec is 160 municipalities who use this sector as an economic driver with direct and indirect jobs. If we look a little more broadly, we're looking at 600,000 jobs. That's not negligible. I will insist that we're in a context of global warming, and experts have focused on forestry as being a key to fighting that situation. Our largest trade partner in the forestry industry is the United States. 68% of Canadian forestry products go to the United States. I find that unfortunate. And why is that? In spite of the efforts that the Canadian government has made to try and open new markets, well, I'm always surprised when I go to France to see all of their infrastructures made out of wood, bridges, large buildings. And yet, France doesn't have the basic commodity for it, which is wood, and we have it. Since the early 2000s, the forestry industry has been in decline. There's been disruptions in the pulp and paper sector. Yes, there's fewer newspapers being sold, and so new market opportunities have to be found. And on top of that, there's various crises that we experienced when it came to negotiating with the United States. These crises, and I found it interesting that in the context of the Natural Resources Committee, I found it interesting to hear from Beth McNeil, who's the Deputy Minister to the Canadian Forestry Service. And she told us that the industry is at a crossroads. If my girlfriend told me that we're at a crossroads, I'll tell you I would be scared. If we're at a crossroads, it's because I haven't done anything. I haven't looked after her, and I have a steep hill to climb. And so today, we're at a crossroads with the forestry industry because in the past, whether it be Liberal or Conservative governments, they preferred to focus on the oil industry in the West and the car sector in Ontario, and nothing for softwood lumber. There's two significant aspects that come to mind. There's trade agreements that can sometimes make expanding the sector more difficult, but there's also research and development. There's a statistic that I find very striking. From the 60s to the end of the 2000s, collectively, we invested, all Canadians, $70 billion into the oil sands industry because that technology wasn't profitable. $70 billion. My dad would say that that's quite a big chunk of money. And $14 billion came from Quebec. What do we need to know? That's quite an issue, and I want to insist on this. There's the Dutch elm disease. When the Canadian dollar takes on a cent, well, there's a domino effect of $500 million that gets lost in the forestry industry because it's an export industry and one has to remain competitive. When we invest $70 billion in the oil sector, what's happening essentially is it's undermining the forestry industry. We're in a whole other context today, and I hope that the government will really do its part. I'd like to come back quickly on what the two crises that we went through represented for the forestry industry. One that started in 2003 and ended in 2008. For Quebec at that time, that was over 11,000 jobs that were lost, 11,329 from January 2003 to January 2008. From January 2009 to January 2012, 8,600 jobs were lost. I remember among the Conservatives in 2005, there were loan guarantees for the forestry sector because the problem is that the American strategy was to ensure that large forestry producers just get worn out. And once they're worn out, they'll accept any deal. I remember in 2017, we still didn't have an agreement. And I think that's what's happening now again. They're waiting for the industry to just get exhausted and accept anything, and the government's not acting. There's no loan guarantees. There's no strategy made in Canada or anything to develop new markets, no investments in research and development. No, we'd rather focus on our usual sectors, which are oil and the car sector. I have 2 minutes left. Okay, I'll have to go quickly. Maybe to summarize, if we look quickly from 2005 to 2011, the forestry industry in Quebec lost 30%, had barely 90,000 workers in 2011. It went from 130,000 to just under 100,000. There was a reduction of nearly 40% of jobs in the tree growing sector. That was a catastrophe for Quebec. And once again, the government didn't learn from its past mistakes. And in negotiating CUSMA, it preferred to focus on this whole idea that the fruit is not ripe enough yet. Well, the fruit that's not ripe enough, well, we're going to make a point of ripening our own fruit and work on our sovereignty project. Thank you.
From Malpeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I sit here and listen to the attack on other industries in this country, and it is just so wrong. And I've heard this time and time again from the Bloc Québécois. I'm just not going to sit here and listen to it anymore, Madam Speaker. To attack the oil industry is absolutely wrong. I hope the member knows that in terms of equalization over the last 5 years, $52 billion went to the province of Quebec. And where did it come from? It come from higher wages in Alberta, oil, in Newfoundland and Labrador, fossil fuels, and in BC. You know, if those industries are healthy, we're all healthy. And for members to sit in this House and attack other industries, I agree. We need to do more for forestry. We've done a lot for forestry over the years. And there's the spruce budworm and other things that need to be dealt with, the pine beetle. We need to do that. But for heaven's sakes in this House, let's not try and make gains in one industry by attacking another. We're all Canadians. We all need to be healthy in terms of the economy, and we need to do everything we can for all industries in this country so that our economy can grow.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, my colleague, well, if being ridiculous doesn't kill him, then he'll stay alive. Well, he said that we shouldn't stoke divisions in Quebec and Canada, and then we're talking, I think Quebec pays $2 billion in transfer payments, and we buy Alberta's oil. And we can keep our money, you can keep yours. I'd like to remind members that when someone has the floor, we don't disrupt them. And I'd like to remind the member for Rempler Jonquière that he has to speak to the Speaker and not directly to a member in particular.
The member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech. I'm really concerned about the lack on this agreement on one particular issue, and that's the aluminum industry. There's very, very vague on the interpretation of what protection there is, and I'm wondering if he's concerned that this is going to allow the doors to be opened for dumping aluminum through Mexico, and there'll be a loss of jobs in Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That is quite reasonable and compared to other questions we've heard. Does the current deal allow dumping from China via Mexico? Well, we were able to negotiate a mechanism with the government, and this will mean that if there is such dumping, we'll then be able to ask for the same statute. There's a mechanism already in place, and every 6 weeks we verify it to see if there was aluminum brought to Mexico through China or other countries without duties. And then if that is the case, we'll ask for the same protection as steel, with, of course, the blessing of the U.S., which run this process.
Question, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you. So Cypress Hills grasslands, actually, Madam Speaker, but that's okay. Through you, Madam Chair, it would just be, and first of all, I just want to say you might want to just double check your facts when you're talking about equalization and transfer payments, because I'm pretty sure that they've been on the receiving end for quite a while in very large amounts, not paying out. But my question for him would actually be in regards to jobs. The Prime Minister likes to talk about all the jobs, and he's supporting Canadian jobs, and if he can just elaborate on whether jobs are being supported with this deal in his area or not.
The Honourable for Jonquière, a brief answer, please. Clearly, in the presentation I made, jobs in the softwood lumber sector are clearly not being supported by the federal government. And to go back what you said about transfer payments, I'd like to note that we represent 21% of Canada's fiscal capacity. Inaudible. Once again, I'd like to remind the member for Jonquière that he has to put any comments or questions through the chair, the speaker.
Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure this evening to rise in the House today to speak to the modernized NAFTA and specifically to the important outcomes contained in the labor chapter. The Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement preserves, Madam Speaker, as well as modernizes the North American Free Trade Agreement, or as we know it, NAFTA, by carrying forward key existing elements and improving outcomes in areas that will enhance our most important trading relationship. Moreover, the amendments agreed to in December 2019 strengthen enforceability provisions in this agreement, including new mechanisms specific to the implementation of labor obligations, which make a good deal even better. Through the new labor chapter, the agreement seeks to protect and enhance workers' rights and improve working conditions and living standards across North America. Canada's practice is to negotiate comprehensive labor provisions in the context of its free trade agreements in order to promote and uphold strong labor standards. Trade and labor protections are mutually supportive. Canada strives to demonstrate internationally, Madam Speaker, that a competitive economy includes safe, healthy, and cooperative workplaces. The original NAFTA includes a side agreement on labor called the North American Agreement on Labor Cooperation. The new NAFTA includes a comprehensive and robust labor chapter which is fully enforceable and represents a significant improvement over the original NAFTA, its side agreement, and other language. In particular, Madam Speaker, the new labor chapter includes commitments to protect and promote internationally recognized labor principles and rights as set out in the International Labor Organization's 1998 Declaration on fundamental principles and rights at work, including the right to freedom of association and, Madam Speaker, collective bargaining. The chapter also includes a non-derogation clause that prevents parties from deviating from their domestic labor laws in order to encourage trade or investment. These commitments are all subject, Madam Speaker, to the state-to-state dispute settlement agreement and mechanism that's contained within this agreement. Importantly, the new labor chapter has a number of key provisions to ensure that trade does not come at the expense of workers' labor rights. For instance, Madam Speaker, it includes enforceable obligations to address issues related to migrant workers, forced or compulsory labor, and violence against union members. To address labor rights violations in Mexico, it also includes an annex with specific requirements on worker representation and collective bargaining. Madam Speaker, the terrible practice of forced or compulsory labor still exists in many countries. The International Labor Organization estimates that in 2016, approximately 25 million people worldwide were subjected to forced labor, and a disproportionate number were women and young girls. The new NAFTA is a landmark deal because it is the very first free trade agreement to include an obligation that commits parties to prohibit the importation of goods produced by forced labor. This, Madam Speaker, is a milestone provision that will support workers' rights and human rights around the globe. Madam Speaker, while these inclusive trade provisions will largely help workers outside of Canada, the modernized agreement will also help workers here at home. North American free trade has been an enormous benefit to Canadian businesses, their workers, and the overall economy. It means more good quality jobs here at home, and more affordable goods and services domestically as well as available internationally. Madam Speaker, I'll give you an example of how the agreement will protect Canadian interests and help to curb the outflow of jobs. The Rules of Origin chapter addresses automotive manufacturing wages in North America by including a labor value content requirement. Basically, this means that 40%, Madam Speaker, 40% of the value of a vehicle must come from a plant where the workers earn an average of at least $16 US per hour in order for the vehicle to be considered as originated from a NAFTA country. The provision, together with the labor chapter provisions on collective bargaining rights, may create upward pressure on wages in Mexico and help to level the playing field for Canadian workers as well as businesses throughout our great nation. It is also important to note that the labor chapter is subject to the dispute settlement chapter in instances of noncompliance to ensure that all labor obligations are well respected. The agreement provides an opportunity for parties to take the necessary actions and measures to enforce the agreement's obligations if prior attempts to resolve the matter through consultations prove ineffective. Madam Speaker,
Unfortunately, I do have to interrupt the member, but the member will have 4 minutes to complete his speech the next time this matter is before the House.
Thank you, Madam.
Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
A member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to stand in the House today as a follow-up to my question on funding for a national framework for mental health. I would like to start today by sharing how mental health has impacted my journey here. I began my career as an educator. One day, a 14-year-old student got into some trouble in class and was sent down to see me. As we talked, it became clear that there was a lot going on. I was aware of some social struggles in their friend group, and I knew a bit of family history. Suddenly and unforgettably, this student, for whom I cared deeply, said the words, "I don't want to live anymore." They had the means and the motivation to escape their painful experience. The weight of their suffering hung thick in the air. I did what any human would do under the circumstances. I did my best to stumble through the rest of the conversation with empathy, but I recognized very acutely that my colleagues and I were not equipped to navigate the complexities of these conversations with the youth who trusted us the most. I would spend many hours and resources finding the tools to tackle this crisis, and I wish that many other Canadians would also have that opportunity. I am acutely aware of the pain of suicide, as many of us are. We have all lost someone, a cousin, the child of a teammate, a coworker, a friend, a grandmother. Research shows that approximately 90% of people who die by suicide suffer from mental illness or addiction. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among youth ages 15 to 24. Rates of suicide are 3 times higher for members of First Nation communities than they are for non-Indigenous people. Risk factors are directly linked to socioeconomic characteristics, including household income, employment status, level of education, and family support. I have shared a story. I have shared the data. Now I'd like to look to the solution. Canadian provinces and territories need financial support from the federal government to ensure that they can address the mental health crisis impacting families and communities across the nation. We need to invest in training for professionals across sectors, educators, and everyday Canadians to access resources and learning opportunities to support those suffering from mental illness. We need to invest in a timely diagnosis process. Service providers and families need access to early diagnosis to ensure early intervention. We need to invest in a national pharmacare system. Canadians should never have the financial anxiety of needing to choose between buying groceries or life-saving medications. We need to invest in support for sexual assault survivors. This is a massive missing link in this conversation. We need to invest in support for elders, like intergenerational housing, to avoid isolation and loneliness. That is why, on February 26th, I asked the Minister of Finance if the budget would include funding for a national framework on mental health, so that the provinces and territories can work together to find solutions to address this crisis. I look forward to hearing the response from the Honourable Member and to how we might come together to restore hope for Canadians across the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equity and Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member first and foremost for sharing her story and for providing the House with this opportunity to speak about mental health. According to Statistics Canada, 1 in 3 Canadians will be affected by a mental illness in their lifetime. Mental health is influenced by a number of factors, including life experience and social and economic conditions. Our government recognizes the need for a comprehensive approach to mental health, one that embraces promotion and prevention alongside treatment and recovery. For this reason, we have worked with our partners and stakeholders to put in place community-based programs and initiatives that promote mental health and contribute to the prevention of mental illness. Our government is also committed to increasing the availability of high-quality mental health service for all Canadians. Through Budget 2017, we provided provinces and territories with $5 billion over 10 years to improve access to mental health and addiction services. These targeted investments will address specific gaps in the availability of mental health services, including those for children and youth. Allow me to illustrate through concrete examples how these investments are expected to directly help Canadians suffering from mental illness. With this funding, in my province of Newfoundland and Labrador, we will add new community crisis houses to provide a safe place for people experiencing a mental health crisis. Several models will be explored for these beds based on the emerging needs of each of the province's regional health authorities. Quebec will improve accommodation and community retention services to provide psychiatric hospitalizations and reduce psychiatric ward stays. The Northwest Territories will contract an intern private consulting team that will provide surge capacity assistance to individuals struggling with mental illness through timely crisis supports when local resources are either unavailable or overwhelmed. Saskatchewan will establish residential options that include intensive supports for individuals with serious and persistent mental health issues. With federal funds, Ontario has committed to develop and provide new services in support units, such as daily living supports and case management for those living with mental illness and those with addictions and those who are at risk of becoming homeless. Federal investments will also support other initiatives in Ontario, as well as New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and Nova Scotia, that integrate mental health and addiction services into supporting housing programs, justice services, education settings, and they all will have a particular focus on youth. To provide support for these struggling with suicidal thoughts, our government is also investing close to $3 million over 5 years to support the development of the Canada Suicide Prevention Service through Crisis Services Canada. This service connects people in Canada to a confidential 24/7 crisis support and resources through trained responders. And finally, to provide child and youth mental health, our government is also investing $1.1 million in 2019-2020, and that's ramping up to $4.7 million in 2020-2021, and onwards to $4.9 million from 2021 to 22 and onwards, through the Mental Health Promotion Innovation Fund. The fund will support the development of new and promising interventions that aim to address the underlying determinants of mental health in children and young people throughout Canada. To sum up, Madam Speaker, mental health is a priority for this federal government, and we will continue to work with all our partners to make improvements in this area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that really wonderful response. Lots of great initiatives taking place in Canada. I feel we've come a very long way. I do want to highlight there are still some missing pieces. Mental health has long been recognized as a fundamental aspect of one's health. However, under our current health regime, the majority of mental health services do not meet the eligibility requirement of medically necessary. So I feel we need to relook at this, and that's why I'm asking for a national legislation framework. There's a patchwork of provincial and regional initiatives that are occurring, but I feel we need a more unified approach. I'm thinking of a story of a constituent who is searching for their son across provincial lines, having a lot of difficulty because there's not a lot of collaboration and communication that occurs. So I'm really asking for a national strategy to be looked at and funded by this government. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know my honourable colleague, is passionate about this, and I encourage her to work out and reach with all the departments at every time. And I'm sure she knows that most of the federal money that's given to the provinces, they determine where that goes. That's why we were so adamant in earmarking that money for mental health initiatives. But we are committed to a comprehensive approach to mental health, one that embraces promotion, prevention, treatment, and recovery. We're investing in a range of culturally appropriate mental health initiatives and programs that will take into account social, economic, and environmental factors such as income, housing, and education. We're also working with our provincial and territorial partners to improve access to mental health services for Canadians. As mentioned, through Budget 2017, with our commitment of $5 billion over 10 years, investments have been made in appropriate and cost-effective mental health services for Canadians, and we'll ensure that the provinces continue to do so. The challenge of addressing mental health issues requires the combined efforts of all levels of government and many stakeholders and all members in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Retirement Concepts runs 23 long-term care facilities for seniors in Canada. 19 are in BC and 7 are on Vancouver Island. Retirement Concepts provides independent living, assisted living, and complex care for seniors. In 2017, this government approved the sale of Retirement Concepts to the Chinese corporation Anbang Insurance. The following year, Anbang's CEO was convicted of corruption, and the company was taken over by the Chinese state. The conditions at Retirement Concepts Nanaimo Seniors Village, in my riding, were atrocious. The home was understaffed and provided substandard care. Seniors went for weeks without receiving a bath. They were left in soiled clothes and soiled beds. Bed sores and other related health consequences of neglect were common. After numerous complaints by residents and their families, the Vancouver Island Health Authority took over Nanaimo Seniors Village and 2 other Retirement Concepts care facilities on Vancouver Island. Last month, another facility in Summerland had to be taken over as well. Under the Investment Canada Act, OnBank had an obligation to maintain staffing levels. The federal government made assurances to the provinces that patient care would be protected. The BC Seniors Advocate has stated that she did not understand how the federal government could make such an assurance. The reporting and transparency required to make that promise does not exist. The federal government should not be permitting foreign ownership of businesses that provide taxpayer-funded health care services. When seniors are hospitalized as a result of neglect and substandard care, we all carry the cost. Our seniors deserve better than for-profit care run by foreign corporations that lack accountability. Recent analysis by the Office of the BC Seniors Advocate found that the not-for-profit sector spends 59% of its revenue on direct care. That's 24% more per resident per year than the for-profit sector. The for-profit sector failed to deliver 207,000 hours of funded care. The not-for-profit sector provided 80,000 more hours of direct care than they were paid to deliver. Wages for care workers in the for-profit sector were 28% less than the industry standard. The Nanaimo Seniors Village had a hard time attracting workers with an average wage of $18 per hour rather than the $24 an hour industry standard. There is a waiting list for every government-funded care bed. There is no competition to provide these services, no free market. These beds will be filled whether a facility is properly staffed and delivering appropriate care or not. That revenue stream is guaranteed. The abuses that have resulted from this situation are horrifying. We have failed to protect our seniors. We must remove the financial incentive to provide substandard seniors care. Corporations cannot be permitted to squeeze profit out of the healthcare system through vague accounting, paying below average wages, and neglecting vulnerable seniors. That is unacceptable. The operation of seniors' long-term care facilities is under the jurisdiction of the provinces, but the government must be actively involved in creating a solution to these problems. The government needs to mandate national standards to ensure the safety and dignity of Canadian seniors. And going forward, the government should not permit foreign ownership of businesses that provide taxpayer-funded health care services. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to respond to the comments made by my honourable colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, regarding the acquisition of Retirement Concepts by Cedar Tree in 2017. Let me begin by saying that the safety and well-being of our seniors is of paramount concern to our government. We also recognize that global investment can benefit Canadians and the Canadian economy. Investment flows into this country are important, and Canada has a robust framework in place to promote trade and investment. The Investment Canada Act is one part of that robust framework, and it's the primary mechanism for reviewing foreign investments in Canada. Acquisitions of Canadian businesses are subject to a net benefit review, and consequently, they're carefully considered in light of factors set out in the Act. And it's only after that Act has been consulted that approval is forthcoming. And of course, the determination has to be made that the acquisition is of overall economic benefit to our country. In the course of the review of this specific investment, the Minister considered submissions from a number of healthcare advocacy groups, associations, and professionals. He also considered submissions from academics and individual Canadians. These parties raised important policy issues regarding the quality and availability of care for seniors in Canada. The Minister also consulted, of course, with the relevant provincial regulators of senior care facilities, such as the Government of British Columbia, which further informed the review and the ultimate decision. I wish to emphasize that existing provincial regulations set out licensing obligations and standards of care for all operators of residential care and assisted living facilities, regardless of ultimate ownership. Retirement Concepts continues to be required to meet or exceed these requirements, and it is also required to work with the Government of British Columbia to remedy any concerns. Additionally, through the Investment Canada Act review, legally binding commitments were put in place. Federal officials consult their provincial counterparts to actively monitor compliance with the Investment Canada Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now that the Chinese state has created a new corporate entity called Daja, which owns Retirement Concepts, it's time for the federal government to review the original purchase and rescind the agreement. The Canadian seniors of today were the workers and business owners of yesterday. They worked hard, paid their taxes, and contributed to building what they believed to be a retirement security. They are also our parents and our grandparents. We owe them dignity and care in their final years. No one in a care facility in Canada should be left in a soiled bed for hours until they get a septic wound. No one in a care facility in Canada should be left without a bath for weeks on end. We should not have allowed this critical healthcare service to be sold to the highest foreign bidder. This crisis must be fixed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, thank you once again for allowing me to respond. Retirement Concepts, as the operator here, continues to work with the Government of British Columbia to remedy any and all concerns. However, I feel it's fitting that I close by recognizing the first Canadian death from COVID-19, a resident of a British Columbia residential care facility. We extend our deepest condolences. Our absolute priority will always remain the health and safety of Canadians. The federal government will continue to provide leadership and partnership with the provinces, territories, and all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and for the opportunity for the adjournment proceedings here tonight. I want to speak on the first two questions I was able to ask in the House of Commons here as a Member of Parliament that not only pertain to my riding in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, not only rural municipalities and rural projects, but I feel for every corner of this country, regardless if you're a small rural municipality, like I have several in my riding, whether you're the City of Cornwall, a mid-sized Ontario urban community, or whether you're in downtown Toronto in Ontario, whether you're on the West Coast or the East Coast. I've had two opportunities to ask questions about some delays that we've seen in getting infrastructure funding out the door. The announcement that dollars are there are one thing, but seeing those OKs get to municipalities so shovels can get in the ground is something that we haven't seen as quickly and has been very concerning. This issue is a bit of a passion for mine. Before I came here to the House, I served at the municipal level as a mayor in the township of North Dundas and a warden of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry for 12 years. And so I'm a self-professed bit of technocrat when it comes to this subject. I've requested the time tonight not just to complain about these delays, but like I've committed in my maiden speech and in my community, is not just to complain about things, but rather offer some solutions or some feedback as well to my colleagues here in the House. I just want to give you again a recall again from my question in a specific project, just as an example, I think, of hundreds that I know are across Ontario and I'm sure are in other provinces and other rural communities across the country. The example I use is the Morseburg Streetscape project. Back last May of last year, the municipality of South Dundas and United Counties came together and they applied through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program and through the Stream of the Rural and Northern Lens. In most relationships that have been done, I think, between Conservative and Liberal governments over the years have been 1/3 federal, 1/3 provincial, 1/3 municipal. So the municipalities rather, gave their projects forward, committed their 1/3. Back in July last summer, many of those projects, including the Morseburg Streetscape project, got the OK from the provincial government, were given their 1/3. And one of the concerns that I had as an outsider at that point, not being a member of the House, was we're coming into an election period. Will dollars get out the door before the election? Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Give a benefit of the doubt is kind of what I was thinking at the time. The government can't make announcements or okay projects during a writ period. I understand and respect that. However, one of the things I've said too is the bureaucrats aren't off during an election. We are often going out and about, and ministers are, but bureaucrats are here in Ottawa or across the country that can prepare those lists for approvals for our communities. So what could have happened is the first day the new minister was back in Ottawa, we could have signed off and had these projects. Unfortunately, we're 5 months after the election, and there's hundreds of applications that are still outstanding to hear yay or nay on those projects. And those delays are frustrating. And one of the reasons is that municipalities now are done their 2020 budgets. They've allocated the money, they're waiting to go, and they need an answer from the federal government of whether these projects can happen or not. But one of the other concerns I have, and just understanding my time allotment as well, is now in the time frame we are, by the time they get approvals out, to get RFPs out for tenders on these projects, costs are going up now because it's later in the season and those types of things. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, I appreciate being here tonight to respond. Would she agree that these delays are excessive and unnecessary when it comes to approvals when the other two levels of government have agreed? And will she agree that it's one thing to announce funding, but we need to get it out the door and get those dollars and shovels in the ground? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equity and Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first and foremost, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Stormont Dundas South Glengarry for his recent election and passionately representing his constituents in the House. I too am from a very large rural riding. I love to say my landmass is bigger than Switzerland, and I have 217 beautiful little communities. So come and visit the west coast of, through you, Madam Speaker, come and visit the west coast of Newfoundland, and you too, Madam Speaker, at any time. So, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada believes in the importance of investing in infrastructure, and we believe in the promise we made to Canadians to create good jobs, grow the economy, invest in resilient and sustainable communities. The over 52,000 projects across the country that we have supported through the Investing in Canada plan are tangible proof of how we are delivering on that promise. Over 4,800 of those are right here in Ontario. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to talk about how we review the projects submitted for funding approval and to highlight how the federal funding is available now for provincial, territorial and municipal priorities. So we want to see all Canadians see and feel the impacts of the investments. Under the majority of Canada's infrastructure programs, once the projects are approved, partners can start their projects and spend immediately. The flow of federal funds occurs when the claims are submitted to the Department for reimbursement. We want to ensure that the projects are reviewed and approved as quickly as possible. That's why we continually work closely with our partners to explore how we can improve the timeliness of their flow of funds. Through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, we're investing over $33 billion across the country through bilateral agreements with each and every province and territory. The program investments all aim to improve Canadians' quality of life by investing in infrastructure through 4 funding streams: public transit, green, community, cultural and recreation, and rural and northern communities infrastructure. Specifically, the Rural and Northern Community stream of the program dedicates $2 billion to addressing the unique infrastructure needs of these really rural and remote communities. Our investments are increasing economic growth and creating jobs within the infrastructure that improves people's quality of life. The investments are benefiting rural and remote communities across the country, but before a project can begin, an application has to be submitted. And under this program, it's then up to the provinces and territories to identify the projects, prioritize the projects, and submit those projects for approval. Each application is then assessed to determine whether it fits within the applicable funding stream or whether the federal environmental assessment or Indigenous consultations are required. By working closely with our partners, we're aiming to get shovels in the ground faster to deliver real results for Canadian communities. And I understand the member's question about the during the writ period, Madam Speaker. I too was impacted by that, and that is just the way that things go. During the writ, nothing happens because it's perceived as being a if it's a sitting member, Madam Speaker, it's considered, it could be a feather in their cap, so to speak. So that's why there's nothing that goes on during the writ period. And in fairness to my colleague, he's new in the House. It takes a while for the new departments to get staffed up and underway, especially when there's a new minister in place. But I'm proud of the work our government is doing to ensure our communities are going to grow and succeed now into the future. And I look forward to working with my colleague anytime we can address this issue further.
The honourable member Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the response on that. And just to follow up on a few of those aspects, I agree with her, and I will say there has been an improvement in the after aspect of municipalities getting the actual checks when the projects are done. I'm speaking more specifically of that time lag between the deadline of those applications being received and that okay. And appreciate the comments about the writ, and again, I understand and respect that. It's maybe perhaps, regardless of elections or not, or tightening up that time frame in terms of how we can do that. The multi-year agreements we sign between the federal government and different provinces and municipalities, I think there's ways of improving that process, and I want to be collaborative like I've said before, but the one that my colleague teased the other day said it's an A for announcement, D for delivery in terms of these things sometimes. So making sure the dollars, again, get out in a timely manner, but also just equally as important, getting out at the right time so tenders to municipalities can go out, they're getting the best price and maximizing Canada's weather patterns as best as they possibly can. So I appreciate the member's response and look forward to working with colleagues on that issue going forward to help all municipalities across Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. And as I did mention, we're investing $33 billion through the bilateral agreements with each of the provinces and territories. And the funding is available now for them to start their projects immediately. We've made important investments in infrastructure in every region, and our goal remains to work collaboratively, responsibly, and quickly to invest in infrastructure. But the application process is critical, and it's incumbent on all of us to ensure that these investments will make Canadian lives better. And I know my colleagues' comment about the weather. Trust me, Madam Speaker, in Newfoundland and Labrador this winter, we have seen mountains of snow, and I know that's going to have an impact on our construction season as well. So I agree with my member. We need to do all we can to make sure we get the funding out to the respective communities in a timely manner. So thank you very much for your time this evening, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all in the House.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.